Hey, ladies and gentlemen, good evening, good evening. I'm back. Happy holidays. We've taken the last couple days off. A lot been going on. Um, you know, I wish you all had a happy holiday, Merry Christmas. But it's time to get to the business. I will say this: I'm ready for this year to be over. It's been a hard year, maybe the hardest of my life, but I'm looking forward to 2025. Now, all jokes aside, let's look at the topic at hand. This topic is inspired by our dear sister Wani Spots and our dear sister Nikki God, who brought to my attention that there's a possibility, and be careful how I phrase this. There's a possibility that America might not be first in this upcoming administration. Let's just say a possibility, maybe a probability. Um, I'm basing this topic off of a, a Twitter post that I'm gonna put in the jumbotron momentarily. I said, Vivek label Americans. Now, hold on. Before I even go any further, let's talk about what I meant by that because I don't want none of this misconstrued. I want this to be strict and straight to the point. Of course, we're talking about Vivek Ramaswamy, or however you say the dude's name. Um, let's look at what he said. If y'all would, ladies and gentlemen, follow me into the jumbotron, and let's look at his post on Twitter, on X. He says, quote, the reason top tech companies often hire foreign born and first generation engineers over Native Americans isn't because an innate American IQ deficiency. Parens. He says a key part of it comes down to the C word, culture. Oh, okay. All right. I'm starting to get triggered. Quote, through questions, demands, tough answers, blah, blah, blah. He says most normal Americans, parents, look skeptically at those kinds of parents. More normal American kids view those kinds of kids with scorn. He's talking about smart kids, is what he's talking about. As an educator, professor, I am getting triggered by this dude. Lastly, in his last paragraph, he says, quote, a culture that venerates Corey from Boy Meets World or Zack and Slater from over Screech in Saved by the Bell or Stefan over Steve Urkel in Family Matters will not produce the best engineers. My question to Mr. Ramaswamy is, what do you know about it? That's called TV. I'm in the trenches day by day um, with American students. So the question is he qualified to even talk on this? Second part of my question: does India have a smarter culture than America? He posited. He didn't say it, but he posited that Indian engineers are better than American engineers. Is there evidence to show that? That's my question. So, did Vivek label Black Americans? I think he made some very powerful insinuations towards our culture. He didn't outright call us stupid, but somebody with intelligence could infer that he inferred, excuse me, that American culture is stupid. So, am I dumb? Are we stupid? And lastly, does India have a smarter culture than America? Wani, does India have a smarter culture than America?
Nope.
I hope y'all enjoyed the
That's it.
space. That's
Room's over. Um, Absolutely not. They have had a very long, interesting culture over there. Very interesting. In fact, I have them on the list to visit again at some point. That would be the third visit because they have a very interesting country. It just goes on and on and on. They do have a deep, rich culture. They do have a lot of, what do you say, knowledge, secret knowledge, like the ancient cultures uh, of Egypt. But it doesn't translate to the average person. So they've kind of kept all of their knowledge to just a few people. So it's not cultural, it's not like a culture of intelligence. They just keep elevating these top caste people. First off, if you move into a region and you set up a caste system, you're showing you're ignorant right there. And the caste system, they kind of had it divided like priests, warriors, educators, this type of thing, but it kind of drifted into flat out, you're just not as good as this other person. And you can never be. That's the thing about them. Once you're in that last name or that caste, you can't get out. And so the people around them, they made them really super bottom caste. So they're not intelligent on that. And the bulk of the people over there are not very intelligent either. And they don't have widespread quality of education like they're trying to pretend, but they have things that are built into their culture that are very disturbing. And I don't think that they want to talk about culture at all. I think that culture is one of the least things that they want to talk about, because we're not talking about a Jeffrey Dahmer incident. We're talking about a group of people in India that eat feces, human flesh, they eat corpses. And that's the culture. They're a cult. They're called Agori, Aghori, and that's what they do. They eat corpses and feces. Another disturbing aspect of their culture is that they have a problem with uh, violating children in the worst possible way and also killing them. Um, we can go into all the reasons why they have to have a dowry to get married. A lot of these guys don't have any money, so they don't have sex. So they catch girls, little girls, 7 years old or less. And these are grown men, and they harm them and kill them. And that's not all. No, 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 no. We're still talking about culture, so it's okay to do that. With them, they will get in the street and protest if you try to get justice for the killed child. That's that's different. They will throw a whole riot if you attempt to imprison the men that mass attacked a 7-year-old. This is a thing. Happens all the time. Another aspect of their culture, these super intelligent people, is that they have tons and tons of cheating scams. They have the cheating ring issue just like the Chinese people. That's widespread and it's part of their culture. It's a culture of cheating. And okay, so another thing is 100 million Indians consume drugs like cocaine, cannabis, and other illegal drugs. So they have a drug problem. They don't mention that, do they? They want to say we use drugs. More people use drugs than we have people. Okay? So they have drug use of 100 million people. We don't even have 100 million Black Americans. And the last thing I want to point out about their culture is that the word thug comes from the word thuggy. Thuggies were a gang of people in India that murdered. They were mass murderers. And they murdered people into the, get this, millions. They operated from the 1300s to the late 1800s, and they ended when the British pretty much put them out of business because they were killing the British, and they didn't like being killed. So what they would do is they worship this goddess Kali, and Kali told them to strangle everybody, and so they did it. So they have a culture that is absolutely frightening, startling, and I don't see anything uh, that would be superior to Black American culture, because we don't eat each other, we don't celebrate child attacks. We don't, so we have laws against people committing crimes, and we certainly haven't killed millions of people and left pits of bodies. And we also are not for drugs. Like everybody on the planet, we have a level of crime, but this is built into the culture, and that's one of the biggest differences between uh, an American doing something and going to jail and them having it woven into their culture. Sorry for the rant.
Yeah, that was Vivek's my perceived attack on his on American culture. He's dissing American culture. Well, if American culture is so terrible, why in the is he here? Why didn't you? You know, I'm offended. This is my culture. I'm very proud of American culture. We have our ups and downs, but name I travel the world. I'm one person that you can't fool. Um, and out of all the places I've traveled, America is the most consistently convenient and sophisticated place I've ever been to in my life. Now you have places that have higher tech and higher standards of living here and there, but talking about across the board. You know what I'm saying? Like this, America is really the shit. You know what I'm saying? Whereas other places, people are taking a shit in the middle of the street. I mean, how dare these people do this? Furthermore, um, a lot of American jobs, and I've been talking about this for years. In essence, this is one of the reasons why I'm on X in the first place. Is American high paying jobs, let's say 70 plus thousand, are being usurped by foreigners, and a large amount of those foreigners are from India. Now, let me answer my own question. Does India have smarter culture than America? No, no, and no. What you're looking at it in India is 1.1, is it 1.4 billion? How many people are in India? It's been a billion.
1.4.
One
1.4.
going on 2 billion people in India. So anybody who paid attention in math in high school or in college in statistics, that's called probability. So ain't that's not a smart culture. That's P of V, probability of occurrence. So when you got that many fucking people, there's a uh let's say 1% of any population is a genius. The 1% of Indians as compared to 1% of Americans is like 10% of America or some shit like that. What am I saying? I'm saying that just the law of averages says there are, by fucking numbers, there are people in India. It's so many people in India. There are people there that can crunch numbers. And they're coming over here trying to get our jobs. Now, I'm not just saying this out of hysteria. I've witnessed it in Memphis. I've told y'all in earlier spaces that I fought for students, my black students trying to get into high tech industries in at FedEx, where it's just dominated by Indians who that didn't even really speak good English. So to answer the question, no, India does not have a smarter culture than America. It just has a higher amount of people, therefore a higher probability of potential genius and intelligence than a population of 250 million. How many people are in America now? 200. It was 250
I
million.
think 300 million
Yeah, I
now.
was about to say that's a 10-year-old figure. So
But that's them dumping themselves on us. We're not probably making any new people because they keep dumping themselves on us.
yeah, yeah. That needs to be addressed. And I I was kind of thinking that the Trump administration was gonna address that issue with the America First mantra, but I'm hearing otherwise. What Wani, wasn't there some occurrences with the Trump administration that kind of talked against his rhetoric?
Yeah, well, today it was very confusing because a MAGA, high ranking MAGA woman came out and she was pretty much ripping Elon a new one. Yeah, he got a new one today. And she ripped all of them, all of the people speaking down on American culture, uh, literally posting how they are making more money than our people, and how they're not going to stop. They're going to keep coming over and ha ha ha, marry an American so you don't have to leave, and just telling these are high ranking people in the new incoming administration telling people to break the law, telling people to marry people to stay here. And so she got very irate at them. And she literally she represents the heart of MAGA, and she understands that they've been bamboozled, that these people are trying to mass dump. themselves on us. So I was speaking to Mikhail earlier, and he said there are about 5 million tech jobs. And there are 300 million Americans, so clearly we have enough people to fill those jobs. But there are 3 million plus, I mean, sorry, 3 billion plus people trying to come here because you have all of India, 1.4 billion trying to dump their whole slum in our lap. We're supposed to feed them for some reason. Why? Go away. Stay in your own country and be great. Then you have all of China dumping itself on everybody who will take them. They're everywhere from here to Russia. Um, and people are fatigued with them. They're overpopulated. In fact, Italy said they didn't want any more East Asians in their conservatories. Why? I mean, you have a conservatory of classical music and everybody there is Asian. It's in Italy. Where are the Italians? Where are they supposed to go to school? So they got mad during COVID and said, no, this is a perfect opportunity for us to not let you come back after COVID. Uh, that doesn't make any sense for billions of people to try to dump themselves. Now, these are supposed to be intelligent people, but their grand plan, their grand scheme is to drag themselves over here and get a handful of jobs. What are they doing to us? We can't accommodate uh, billions of Africans. We can't accommodate billions of Chinese. We can't accommodate billions of Indians. Go away. What part of get out don't you understand? And then they have the audacity to come here and open their mouth, crack their mouths open, and say something is racist. Hey, it wasn't racist where you came from. Don't complain about anything here. Leave immediately.
Well, I view it from a historical standpoint, ladies and gentlemen, and I put on your listening ears for this one. I think that's warfare. I think these countries have got together into think tanks and figured out a way to declare war on America is to flood America with with their people, thereby destroying the culture. And my reasoning for that goes all the way back to the 1600s during the Georgia Corporation. Captain Oglethorpe of England came up with a plan to flood America or the 13 colonies with degenerates from England in order to keep the black man and Indian man and woman from rebelling against the colonists for their own fucking land. Yes, this land belonged to the indigenous black and Native American. And I think a lot of countries study our history a lot better than some of us do. And they know that, well, okay, well, that worked. Well, let me just flood that motherfucker full of my nationals. And that destroys culture. Like Wani said, I went to New York one time to I had an anniversary and I flew to New York and we went to go see a show at Juilliard, the Juilliard School in New York City. And a large portion of the students at Juilliard were Asian. A lot of the music students, and I'm not xenophobic, not at all, and I won't accept that label. I'm just merely defending my country. I love America and defending my people. I love foundational Black Americans. I'm telling the truth. Like we need our own jobs. Like we're not responsible for other countries. Who in the fuck is running this show, ladies and gentlemen? How is this even happening? Years ago, when I was in middle school, I used to hang out at the University of Alabama, Birmingham, UAB, which was just a little bitty old rinky dink school back in the day, but now it's a world class research. They got a world class medical school, et cetera, et cetera. But at UAB back in the late 90s, early 2000s, the graduate school dorms were just flooded with Chinese. The Chinese were getting PhDs and degrees in engineering and stuff. And I remember having a chat with one of the grad students back then because I was trying to figure out what I wanted to do. And this grad student who was in a little bitty dorm with his wife and kid said that once he finished his PhD, his China was paying for his degree. And once he finished his PhD, his job was to go back to China and tell them everything that he learned at University of Alabama, Birmingham. Well, I back then as a child, I kind of figured that's kind of like warfare. Why are we allowing people to come over here and learn everything we know and then leave and take it back to the enemy? Like my question to y'all is, who is running this? Why is this happening? Who is calling shots?
Globalists.
Explain how that works, Wani, because I'm not too smart enough to understand it.
I don't know how it works, but I know that they're destroying every country, and they think it's a good idea to just put people on rafts and push them over to Southern Europe, and put people on rafts and push them um, to Florida, and shove people across the border from all parts of South America, Central America, and Mexico. And they're definitely trying to destroy the United States of America. I don't understand what they're doing. And they use all these excuses about we're doing things in their country, but that's not true for all the countries coming here. They're just lazy and they heard that they could get welfare in New York City, and they're not coming here to work. They're coming here to get welfare and medical benefits and retire. We keep hearing a lot about, these African doctors, but when you really look at what they're doing here, they're not doing what they say. Most of these people are on welfare, and somebody is helping them to get here. We can see that they have little, uh, packages of food and bottled water and certain types of clothes when they're walking across the border. They're being escorted by some wild beast that wants to destroy the earth. Everywhere that's livable, they want to destroy it so that we have people squatting on our sidewalks, just like they do in India, Nigeria, and China.
But that then again, that there it goes. That's the warfare I'm talking about, Wani. Is let me flood you full of my nationals and destroy your culture and have our children with all these damn degrees not having a job. I went to I've been out the last couple of days because I went, believe it or not, went back to Birmingham and spent time with family for the first time in a long time, and was hanging around some of my young cousins, like the 20 late 20 somethings, and they were talking about in their generation, I guess early Gen Z, they have a lot of them got a whole bunch of degrees, and they were like saying that they're all unemployed. Like we got people, and I'm not talking about no bullshit schools neither. I'm talking about NYU. You know what I'm saying? UCLA. What's that other school in California? What's the name of that school? USC. You know, master's degree from USC. um can't find a job. Where you working? Working at Starbucks, working in the restaurant. And I'm not talking about no bullshit degree programs either. I'm talking about cybersecurity, computer science. They are being bonked out of jobs. Why? Well, according to one of my family members, immigrants are coming over with lesser credentials, making deals with these fucking corporations. Like, you don't have to pay me 75,000. You can just pay me 68,000 or 65,000, and I'll live in an apartment with five other of my friends and bonk an American out of a job. That is warfare on our culture. That is warfare on our children, and it's not going to last forever, ladies and gentlemen. It's only going to get to a point where our young people and our shit. I'm in that zone right now. Like, I'm like, what the fuck with my salary? How the fuck am I struggling? The American people are not going to tolerate this much longer. This can't last forever. Mickey, what's on your mind?
I think they're trying to push us into World War III. I mean,
I
before I
was
can sit
thinking
there,
the same fucking thing. I didn't say it. I didn't
that way
say
they
it.
can sit there because also once we go to war, it clears the debt. Like the national debt and all that. But aside from that, I think, like you said, they're trying to sit there. All of us, no one's gonna sit there back and take this shit. Like this is the straw that's breaking the camel's back. Because now you see this happening to white America, and they're furious. And we've been saying this shit, but no one wants to listen to us. We tell every other group that comes over here, like, hey, this is gonna happen. Oh, you know about it. You're blacks, whatever. We'll be woo. And then we watch white America, just like we said, they turn around and flipped on the damn Indians, and here we are. And this shit's about to get ugly.
Mickey,
Trump's not even in office again. That's the
that's
crazy part.
Mickey. I'm gonna interrupt you right quick, brother. You can land. That's almost exactly what the fuck I just said earlier. Wani and Nikki. Isn't that what I just said? That said like an hour ago.
Yeah, that's what you said an hour ago.
Yeah,
The
go
same thing.
go ahead, Mickey.
Nah, I was landed. That was it.
Oh.
Peace to the family. Peace to the family. Raise your hands, please, because the stage is filling up. I want to hear everyone here. Just raise your hands and we'll call on you in order.
Yeah, thank you, Mickey, man. That was confirmation because I was kind of hesitant of saying that shit earlier because I was like, man, you hear yourself say something, you like, man, you sound like a conspiracy theorist. Don't say that shit. But I said it, and you said it too, so I'm like, okay, there it is.
But every conspiracy that's been out there has been proven true as of
Yep.
Yeah,
right now. Every last one of them.
yeah.
So
They
That's a
invented that word to make us sound crazy. It didn't work.
yes. A whole bunch of shit's backfiring. I think John Horst was next. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, what's good, everybody? Hey, I was actually in that space earlier, hearing all of the, the white supremacists kind of crashing out about what's been taking place, and I'm gonna be for real with you. I don't really know what's gonna happen, but I think for our sake, just to keep our heads on the swivel, because I'm looking at it from a standpoint of, these people, they feel bamboozled. They kind of thought that Trump was gonna kind of keep his word, and I always said that I really hope that Trump does kind of keep his word on what he's saying, because if he doesn't, these people are gonna fucking feel cornered, like they don't have another choice.
Right.
And we know how these people operate, bro. Like literally, and I was listening to TBA, and TBA said he literally hit the nail on the head. He was like, "Oh, don't." He was like, he specifically said that they're gonna be infighting very very soon. He said they were going to start next year. That's when you were really going to see everything kind of pop off. But as we see on Twitter, that that, I mean, I guess it's starting early, because I just know, and I'll try to land here, that situation with that healthcare CEO is not going to be the last one that we see.
Hmm.
Uh-oh.
That is not going to be the last one that we see. And if Trump knew any better than if he knew any better, he better start making some moves quickly. That's all I got to say. It's not you ain't got to worry about the foundation of Black Americans. We just sitting back, just basically watching the sparks fly.
hey, can I just add
He
something to
better
that?
act like he
Because
know. That's all I
you
got to
you,
say.
you already
I
seen them
land.
trying to blow Trump's head off. You know what I mean? So like it showing you switched on your voter base, man, these people's
Mm-hmm.
gonna wig out.
There's
Like
going to be a whole lot of
that was their last, that was final,
issues.
you know.
Well, I'm gonna say that this space is a non-violent space, and we don't condone violence on here, but we do tell the truth. And the truth is, foundational Black Americans have always served as canaries in the coal mine. We've always given indication of what was going to happen. Why is that? Well, that is because the best way to tell the culture of a country or a kingdom is to look at the most oppressed people and look in the prisons. Look at the military, the most oppressed people in the prisons. You look how you treat people in the military. You look how you treat the oppressed people, and you look at how you treat people in prisons. And we have been the class of people that got the brunt of the stick. In essence, foundational Black Americans have served as a test ground for what for like a test ground to see what they could get away with. And we've been trying to warn people. Nobody didn't want to hear it though. I think no taxation in Black Truth. Go ahead, no taxation. No taxation going once.
Sorry, you can let Black Truth go. I'll go behind him.
Okay, go ahead, Black Truth.
Salute Professor Allen. Salute Sister Nikki, Sister Wani. It's a pleasure to be on stage as usual. Salute to everyone in the room. I have a few things that I want to talk about. First of all, I can't believe you would bring me up in this.
Oh boy.
I cannot believe this is unfair. I rode into America on my elephant. I earned everything. No, I want to direct everyone's attention to the jumbotron. We have an article. This is coming from the integrity-asia.com. should be the second one. This is one university, keep in mind, just one out of all of the degrees that they gave out, which there weren't that many, there weren't that many in comparison. 36,000 of the degrees were paid for, they were fake. This is just one university, and this is one of their most quote unquote reputable universities. These people come from places full of scams, full of just arbitrary uh, corruption. I mean, it's a complete madhouse out there. Sister Wani, I saw the receipts that you shared in the other space. I reposted those as well. I mean, we're talking about all types of the I word, the R word, everything you can think of comes from comes from that community. So, to answer the question of the room, does India have a smarter culture than I guess the USA? Hell no. the, they are notorious for cheating, they're notorious for scams, they're notorious for degeneracy, and that's what you find as a common thread when you look at their culture and their their how do I put that? Just how they operate. And I actually went back and forth. I typically don't do that with one Indian troll who showed up on my feed, and when I brought up the Gange River, I need to post that as well. Does anyone know about that? The
Uh,
Yes.
uh,
Ganges River?
Lord
oh
Jesus.
yeah.
Oh
A
my.
little bit dirty.
We're talking about dead bodies. I think I may have said this before. We're talking about floating dead bodies, carcasses, animal carcasses. We're talking about defecations, pollutants, all kinds of mess that's all floating throughout the river, and they just refuse to clean it up. In fact, some of them bathe in it, some of them drink it, some of them see it as like a spiritual thing to ingest. It's just it's absolutely disgusting. So when I brought that up, because this person was saying, "Oh, Indians were so much smarter. Look at how many top tech CEOs we have. Look at this. Look at that." And all I did was post that receipt, and the person went silent. They turned into a ghost. So I said something along the lines of, "With all that intelligence, with all that success, and all that ability to manage and to control and to dominate certain fields, why don't you take that those skills that you have and use that in your homeland to fix it, because it's a mess that people are fleeing from left and right, and a lot of times they're fleeing with these fake degrees. That's why we have so many people who are unqualified, also, yes, I said it, unqualified in the tech sector, unqualified in the medical field, unqualified in certain technical positions, and our people are suffering. I heard what you were saying earlier, Professor Allen. You were saying underemployment. I did a
Right.
whole video on that one. Yeah, underemployment. That's very different than unemployment, and those are the types of numbers that we need to focus on. Underemployment, because yeah, we're hired. We have a job, but is that job matching our credentials? Because there are people with tech degrees. I know people with PhDs who are who at one point in their lives were literally mowing lawns. I know people with biochemistry, all these, highfalutin degree, cybersecurity certifications, everything, and they're flipping burgers or stocking shelves. So when they bring these people on with the HB1 visas and all the other loopholes that they use in order to get them over, they're taking those jobs from our people, and we're being pushed into low skilled labor. And then what happens is when people who are qualified, maybe they have an architecture degree or something, they desire to get into their field later on in life, they ask them, okay, what experience do you have? Well, no experience, because I was stuck, at this dead end job. And so they take the person who has the experience, who got in on, you know, an HB1 visa or whatever it is, and that's the person who gets hired. So you're unable to use those skills, and then you eventually lose those skills over time, just like with anything. A piano, when you don't practice your piano skills, eventually you lose them. So that's what's happening, and we
Mhm.
need to definitely come up with solutions. Part of that being calling ICE in order to get some of these people out of here, because a lot of these people have overstayed their visas and have family members or other things going on that are not legal. So calling ICE and calling them twice is always a good method to combat some of this takeover. And with that, I'll land.
I love it, Black Truth. Another element that nobody's really saying is a lot of Gen Z and some millennials, shit, people in my age group are not having, they're not getting married, and they're not having kids, but marriage is irrelevant, but they're not having kids. Americans are not, because they don't make enough to have a house. They don't make enough to support themselves. So, um, and what we're looking at is juxtapose that with immigrant culture, where they come over here and move in one little apartment. In a minute, there are going to be no American children. America is going to be like a a third world country full of kids running around and ain't even American. And I'm not xenophobic, but I'm pro American. I love being American. I love my country. What in the hell is wrong with that? Saying you love where you are. We don't love this place. Done lost its mind. No taxation. What's on your mind?
Man, listen, how y'all doing? First,
Hey,
let me do my niceties because sometimes I just get straight to the point, and people are teaching me how to do better. So hello to everyone. Hello to the host, the co-host, my girl Wani and Nikki. I gotta let me
Peace.
just let me just sidebar y'all right quick. I heard something somebody sent me the other day, and I said, well, let me go over here and show them who I am. Y'all scared me, so let's move on. and uh, did you hear what Ann Coulter said today?
I missed it. What she say?
Well, Ann Coulter been telling the American government. Let's talk about who she is. She's been telling the American government for 2 decades, 20 years, that the only people that are old in this country are us. She stands on that.
Right.
You know, she told Vivek Ramaswamy that she wouldn't vote for him because he's an Indian. She told him to his face, right there streaming, so everybody could see it. She didn't crack a smile or nothing. He said, would you vote for me? She said, no. He said, why? She said, because you're Indian. See, you got to get the right white folks behind you, like
Hmm.
Ann Coulter. See? But that's why she's not in government. That's why she's not in government. She don't want to be in government. See? And they won't let her now. But anyway, Vivek Ramaswamy.
Hmm.
I rang the bell on India in 2019. Let's go back a minute because here's what I got to get y'all to understand. The games these people play and got locked in, they're multi-layered. They don't just hit one target. They got to hit many, many, many targets. Otherwise, they're not going to move. Power don't move for one thing.
Nope.
Okay? So let's talk about it. I rang the bell in 2019 and nobody was listening to me. March 11th, when they said it was COVID and it's a COVID epidemic, the United States, Australia, and India signed an agreement that I have yet to find because I want to read it. But it had to do with getting those vaccines in those bottles and keeping them on ice and transporting them all over the world. That's what it was. And everybody had a position to play. The United States, Australia, and India. India had the glass bottles. Remember when they made them vaccines? They said they could only be in them glass bottles, Professor. You remember
Mm.
that? Wani?
Mm.
Y'all remember that? Let's go back.
Take
Okay?
us back.
So I said, well, India's in play. So I said, India's in play, y'all. India's in play. Nobody listened. I said, okay, well, let me shut up. Now here we are. I said probably sometime in 2024, I rang the alarm again. I said India is the third country that's producing the most billionaires behind the United States and China. The next one is India. Connect the dots, y'all. Connect it. You see what it is? It ain't just one thing. It's all of it. This is that one world government they talking about.
Hello.
They've been talking about it. What y'all didn't know is that we was already in it.
Yep.
That's what y'all didn't know. Y'all thought they had to put that COVID out there because they had to shut it down and get y'all in the house. Because when you came back out that house, everything was different. Everything. Your whole life was different. How you was gonna live is different. See what they did? Because y'all wasn't taking it well. Well, now we got Trump. He ain't taking it well either. But his problem is, see, he fights. I'm from New York, and sometimes I get invited to them soirees and stuff, you know, in the Christmas time, holiday time, and the white folks start telling their stories.
Uh-oh.
This is on the eastern side of the Hudson. I live on the western side. Over there where Hillary Clinton got married, them folks over there, okay? Wealth. They tell me stories. Trump don't pay his bills. The people that he was supposed to pay for decorating Trump Tower still hasn't been paid. Trump is not what y'all think he is. He survives off his debt. The money is over there with his daughter and Kushner. That's where the real money is. He ain't got it. He made sure that that stuff goes over there. Trump got them golf courses and a few other things. And his court cases, see, he been in court for everything. Y'all don't understand. That's where his money goes. And he couldn't get that second term. He tried to turn it, that first term, he turned it out, didn't he? Oh, he turned them folks out. They got rid of him quick. Like they did Jimmy Carter when Jimmy Carter gave away the Panama Canal for $1. You see, he didn't get a second term in. This is America. Let's not get fooled about what it is and what it ain't. It is about assets.
The
It is about power.
Woodrow Wilson said the business of America is business.
Thank you. So that's why I got to get y'all to dig deeper on this. Because black folks have always been business in this country. Uh, I need, I sure wish I had one of my street boys up in here to tell me what the men's on the street that sell women, the one that's been with them the longest.
That's
That's what we are, the white folks.
the bottom.
Thank you. See? So they not really looking at us because truth to tell, the system takes care of itself. Believe it. That's why you need to stay as far away from every system in this country that you can, because it's there to devour you. I
Hmm.
tell everybody that, and I have a degree. Tell them what human services is in. It's about systems. But I knew that before I got the degree. Now let's move it on to, I'm going to give you this and I'm going to let it go. Because you're talking about Vivek Ramaswamy, who you need to be talking about is Peter Thiel, that white boy out there in California that bankrolled J.D. Vance. See, the fix is already in. He bankrolled people in Silicon Valley. He got J.D. Vance, I don't know from where. He's talking about the hills of West Virginia. I doubt it. And his wife, who happens to be one of them Indians, and bankrolled him all the way in the Senate in 1 year. We ain't never seen that white boy before. He done wrote a book, talked about how poor he is. Next thing we know, he done sitting in the damn Senate. Ain't that something? See how white power moves? And Peter Thiel told Trump, if you want me to help you, see this how the game go, y'all. Don't think they ain't just human like us. We just ain't got no money. We might make the same move if we had wealth. We don't know. But what he probably said to him, and I don't know this for a fact, but let's talk about what makes sense. Yeah, I'll help you. I'll help you with your money issues. But you got to put Vance on the ticket as your vice president. See? And if you don't play right, we're going to take the money away. Well, he didn't play right. You see what happened? Fight, fight, fight. Two came his way. I'm one of the elders that been, I lived through the assassinations of presidents and peoples and things. See? I lived through that. This is what they do. This is that America they want to go back to. You understand what I'm saying? Peter Thiel, I don't know who he is because he's not a John Bircher, but I talked to him about my 93-year-old mother. I had to go home, Professor, and ask my old mama, what's the deal on this white man? Tell me something. You know what she said? I said he was act like a wannabe John Bircher. You know what she told me? She said they worse than the John Birchers. And I'm gonna leave it there.
We're entering into a new epoch of time where things are going to be different. It can be way different. The Black, what's on your mind?
How's everybody doing, man?
What's up, brother?
Look, no taxation remind me of the female version of Dick Gregory. I'm gonna say that she has so much knowledge, and she
I'm
puts
gonna
the
put my
puzzle
pictures
together.
up. I'm not. Let me tell you something, Black. I'm gonna put my pictures up. I'm gonna send them over there because Wani and them, they scared me for real, the other day. Sorry to interrupt you. I said, shit, let me. And then I said, well, I had a whole damn website up. Y'all ain't see that? You understand what I'm saying? But it makes no difference. I sat under him. He was a very good friend of my father's. And my father was in politics, but he knew Dick Gregory because he was from Kansas City and Dick Gregory was from St. Louis. And they all knew each other from back in the day, came out together. They was all around the same age. And they used to, my father and Dick Gregory would go in a corner when they'd see each other at these different things they would attend. And they would speak very quietly, and no one was allowed to go over there, not even me. And I used to try to piece everything I could, Black. I tried to listen. I'll send you a couple pictures of me over there with him. Yes, he's one of my heroes.
Mine
So
too.
I thank you for that because he taught me well.
He did indeed, because Lord, you put them puzzle together, because that's how you explain it. That's how I've been kind of been looking at it too. Because Peter Thiel, a lot of people don't know about him, and he has a lot of, you know what I'm saying, power, and he supposed to be one of them little
The
small hat
black.
people too.
Did you
Yes,
have a
sir.
submission?
Oh,
Yeah,
you
can you
can't.
hear me?
You,
Somebody's talking that Mikhail can't hear. Mikhail,
Mikhail.
I'm gonna
I can drop down.
You good, Black? I don't think Mikhail can hear. Brother Mikhail, can you hear? Can you hear me? Mikhail can't hear. I'm gonna drop Mikhail down right quick.
Mikhail, can you hear us? That's
Yeah.
weird. Oh, you need to drop down because you can't hear the Black or the professor.
I'll bring him back up. Go ahead,
Okay.
finish your submission, Black.
Put Kamala in
But
there, Black, because see, go
oh
put
yeah, I
her
was
on
gonna
in
get to
there.
her.
Tell him, go ahead, tell him. You know what to do. Tell him.
And if you don't know, like, look, it's crazy because if you know Obama is related to, you know what I'm saying, a lot of the presidents, and how I look at it, they were trying to slide Kamala in there. You know what I'm saying, she's related too, like JD Vance's wife in America context, she's considered as white, even though she's one of them Indian people, and her and one of Kamala's nieces is related. If
Wow.
y'all didn't know that. Yeah, so I feel like it's just the people behind closed doors. There's the same little small head people trying to control both sides because they don't know what Trump's going to do. JD Vance is, even though the mainstream media talking down on him and trying to paint him as a bad person or worse than a younger, worse version of Trump, it's not really true. He's a straight puppet. He do whatever Peter Thiel say because I mean they butt buddies.
Yeah. Somebody was bringing to my attention that things are more connected than we think they are. We're watching a big ass show, all these folks in it together. Um, let's see who is next. Bahai Watts. Bahai Watson.
Hey, thanks for letting me speak. It's Bahi.
Bahi,
Um,
excuse me.
no, it's fine. Yeah, I usually stay quiet in these spaces, but this is really a passion of mine because I've helped so many people get into the tech industry. Um, I feel like this is really decades in the making. Um, I graduated from Tuskegee back in '99, and I remember back then we were. I remember we had to complain to the dean to hire more Americans because the foreigners that they had teaching, we just couldn't understand them. You know, it was really rough just even trying to understand them. They did a better job, but they still kept, quite a few foreign faculty teaching. Um, but while I was at Tuskegee, I got hired on to work in one of the labs as an undergraduate researcher. So basically, I was just running experiments and getting data for the graduate students. And I continued working this job even into the summer. And I was working for an Indian professor. And I remember one summer, finished up in the lab and came out, and we had like this field, and man, there were so many Indians out there playing soccer. And I couldn't figure out like where did all these Indians come from? Like it was a gang of them, right? Their families, kids, and I was just asking, I'm like, where all these people come from? So the rumor was that if you're familiar with Tuskegee, it's right in between Montgomery and Auburn, and the
Right.
rumor was that if some of them were staying in some housing that was set aside for them right outside the university, but then others, who may have had larger families, were actually staying in Montgomery and Auburn. So that was the thing. But moving on, even when after I graduated, started working for different aerospace manufacturing companies, and come to find out, what I was finding out was basically these large aerospace companies, they basically outsource to smaller companies that might be in the U.S., but then the smaller companies outsource to a foreign company. So then basically the larger manufacturer just really integrates all these different parts that they get from these foreign companies. I remember like 10 to 15 years ago, I was working as a engineering contractor, and basically I was working for a company. Well, I had been brought into this company because they had farmed out some work to a company in India, got back to work, and it was a mess. So they really brought us in to kind of fix this mess because they had to get this vehicle out, right? Um, so basically, I'm hoping that basically, I wanted to say that this has been decades in the making. Kind of saw this coming. I think it's just come to a head because it's so evident now. Where before, like when I was an undergrad, they could kind of hide in the shadows and then come out. But now it's just so prevalent that it's no hiding it. Then I'm hoping that you know just like the time where when I was working for this company, and they had messed up parts and had messed up stuff, and we had to come in and fix it. I hope that happens again, but you never know because I figured Vivek and all these guys were going to have a change in mindset about immigration because JD Vance's wife, who's Indian, you got Musk, who's a foreigner, Vivek, who's Indian. So I figured this was coming. So I'm just going to land with that, and that's it.
Yeah, yeah. Tuskegee, it's very interesting dynamic down there. Our Tuskegee is one of the most premier schools of technology in the country, possibly the world. But that's gonna be I'm gonna have to host a space on that because it was done. Booker T. Washington pulled it off by saying it was a school for butlers and lower class Negroes, and he tricked the fuck out the Carnegies and the Rockefellers. But yeah, we'll talk about that in another space. But it's unfortunate to hear that's still going on in Tuskegee. Tuskegee's a beautiful institution. We're going to Tyrone and then the housing. Go ahead, Tyrone.
Peace, peace, man. Yo, it's such a great honor to hear you, man. I'm glad you went down to Alabama. I got family out in Helena, Alabama. That's where like my grandma's from. But man, it's a pleasure to be here. Peace to the chat. Peace to everybody. Nikki, you on the spot. You know what I'm saying? I really value this space, man. This is number one in my book, man. This space is number one in my book because I think scholarship and reading is definitely very important. So I do want to talk about the topic. Does India? Are you talking about India dealing with like Hindu teachings?
Well, no, we're referring to Vivek Warma Swarm, however you say the dude last name. He made a comment, and if you look in the jumbotron, you'll see Vivek made a comment that insinuated, he didn't explicitly say, but he insinuated that American culture is stupid. And so I'm asking the question: Is does India have a smarter culture than America?
Okay, and I definitely like the topic because it could be jujitsu flipped, right?
Right.
So basically in India culture, right? I think it's something that we can learn from, and basically they deal with they understand that your body is a vehicle of consciousness. So they understand like their spirituality system is directly attached to their health. They have that comprehension and that understanding. So most Indian people that I did know, they don't eat meat. A lot of them, their diet doesn't consist of like a lot of meat. They might eat meat maybe like you know, maybe five. And that's this is not for everybody's diet. I know a lot of people like meat and certain things, and I'm not a you can eat what you want to eat. I'm not here to shame anybody. Um, so yeah, the health is definitely attached to spirituality, and basically it increases the extrasensory perception, including if highly melanated beings, Black Americans, you know what I'm saying, was to practice the exercises that they have. You'll tap into creative speech, your intuition, and also psychic awareness
Well,
that you
brother,
okay.
you're right. And Wani, our sister Wani, kind of touched on that earlier. Like, there's a small group of but really, I could say that about anywhere. There's a small group of esoteric people that know all these secrets and stuff. But with all that being said, brother, since they know so many tactics and they're so well versed on the human body, why is a large portion of India a dump? And why are people starving? And if they're so ingenious, why are they running over here and taking jobs from my undergrads? That's my question.
These practices like meditation, yoga, and those types of things, they don't translate into the general culture. That's the whole thing. Like they do have all of these methods for, um, you know, enlightenment and attaining peace, but they don't have enlightenment or peace. That's
Right.
the, and I could say that for every religion, they have a lot of um, things that they're saying in their books, in their teachings, and I'm reading them, and it sounds wonderful. It sounds great, but it's just not put into practice. And people are over there being murdered. They're using drugs. They're eating corpses. They're murdering people. They have not just those incidences happening, but it's woven into their culture. So they have cults that do these things, or they have groups that do these things. And like I said earlier, when they uh, attack these little girls, it's not just we've attacked a little girl and we're going to get justice for her. They have opposing riots for the criminals. They don't believe that their men should have to pay for attacking and killing a 7-year old, drugging her over a period of time in a temple. I mean, it just doesn't get any worse than some of the crimes that they're doing against children. Um, anyway, like I said, they do have um, these very, very beautiful practices, and you can read about them. I mean, many other countries have taken interest. Even the Nazis took a deep interest in their in the Vedas for some sort of technical reasons. They have a very extensive history in medicine and uh, technical, like technology, maybe you could say ancient technology and enlightenment, different, really great practices to get yourself together. They have all these great ways to eat, but it doesn't translate into the general population. They have all kinds of social issues, and I don't see an end in sight. It's just not translating to them at all.
I completely agree, and I would like to say that yeah, it's really ours. You know what I'm saying? When we apply it, I think Black Americans are supposed to run the world. I really think we the ones that's supposed to be meeting up with the Pope. But that's besides the point. I just wanted to add on to the conversation too. It's a good book by George Orwell. He is a white man, but his book is called what's the name of it? Oh, it's called
1983.
1984.
Oh,
Yeah.
1984. That's right.
84.
Yeah. So if nobody has read that book, um, I would say that a lot of our ancestors put their books as science fiction, for safety purposes. So it's good to read science fiction books. And I land my helicopter right there. Thank you.
Bro,
Yes.
unfortunately, we're living in 1984 right now. I read that in high school and uh, in the late 90s, early 2000s. And this is, I'm talking on Big Brother right now. This is Big Brother. There's a orange light. I got a brand new iPhone 16, and there's a fucking orange light every time I get on host a space. A little orange light pops up. And I did some research and found out that means that my camera may or may not be accessed without my permission. So
You gotta
somebody's watching.
cover it up. You
That's
gotta
what I'm
cover it
saying.
up.
Somebody's fucking watching me when
And
I get.
take control of your phone. Don't let it do what it wants to. Don't let the
That's
phone
what
do
I'm
what it
saying.
wants
I
to do.
gotta call I got a professor friend. She's
Can't do
bad as hell.
anything.
She's a PhD in computer science. I'm gonna find out how to.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying this is night. If y'all know the book, it's Big Brother. In
Yeah.
the beginning of the book, the protocol you pledge allegiance
Uh,
to was called Brother, and at the end, and it was a rebellious guy that was fighting Brother. And I'm not gonna spoil the book for you, but he was fighting it, fighting it, fighting it. And at the end of the book, he stands up and salutes and says, "I love my big brother." It broke him. Systems break you. You don't break systems. Um,
So
Go ahead.
we're gonna let Mikhail go because he was having connectivity issues
Go ahead, brother Mikhail.
and he hasn't spoken yet.
Greetings, family. Can can you hear me, guys?
I hear you just fine,
Yes.
brother.
Beautiful. How are you, dear brother?
Go ahead, Michael.
Good, good. Just wanted to greet.
Wait, real quick. Uh, my tech guy just said that the orange light means that the microphone is in use, not the camera. The green light is on when the camera is on.
Okay,
That's
okay.
all
Well,
right.
I must have read it wrong, but I'm like, what the hell? But okay, I read it wrong. Well, that's good to know. Okay, good to know. Good to know.
All right. I apologize, Mikhail. Don't beat me up. Go ahead.
Oh,
Ah, I'm I'm not a violent person, Nikki. You know that. And salute to you. And see, we have our great brother average. No taxation. Our sister Asha, brother Arthur, Katie, um, Somalilander, Lamizi. It's a lot of beautiful, beautiful, excellent, wonderful people. Love you all. Okay, so Wani, we spent a few hours talking about this stuff that you're talking about in the space. Of course, brother Average, guess we've spent years talking about this, and of course, Nikki, you're in the loop. This is bigger than the Vivek. This is it's an international um, movement of sort. and that involves many cosplayers. I mean, India is one. You know, the thing that our dear brother Tyrone had mentioned, and our sister Wani responded to, this thing about enlightenment did not come from them. It came from the Kushite, or I would say the Anu Kushite Kemetic Empire that uh, ruled that region for thousands of years before the Aryans crossed the Mediterranean and created this Hindu Kush, or this Aryan culture that is also connected to Iran, uh, so-called German Nazis, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So there's some sort of coalition in play. And somewhere along the line, I think our brother No Taxation mentioned gentleman Mr. Till, but did not mention Mark Adderson, as well as Elon and others, you know, the technocrats who the MAGA folks call um, the tech bros. Essentially, they are the tech billionaires. That sort of co opted, I would say, a movement, an ideology that I've been discussing with you, family, for, I guess, the last few months: techno libertarianism, techno capitalism, and libertarianism. And this is how it connects to MAGA. MAGA today is just the Occupy Wall Street that grew up. Occupy Wall Street put the Tea Party out of business, right? And transitioned into what we call MAGA today. And so now you have a conflict, you know, in a, akin to a civil war that includes all of these moving parts. And it's all really centered around the concept that I've spoken to you about on many occasions, called technocracy, right? And you have various cosplayers involved. You have the kids who were once Occupy, who are now MAGA, that believed in technology as a liberator, which of course is rooted in the concept we call libertarianism. And these kids went to work in Silicon Valley, which connects us to the concept that I've communicated with you about, called techno libertarianism, where technology, for the sake of good, for the sake of freedom, for the sake of getting government out of politics and money out of politics, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, is what those kids thought that they were signing up for when they went to get their jobs in Silicon Valley, only to find out that they couldn't afford to be there and that they were being replaced by the ones we call Indians. See how it all connects? And around that time, there was a movement happening on the other side of the world called the Arab Spring. So I'm just trying to connect the dots for you, right? Which was similar. The worker being undermined by the establishment. And in New York, there was a gentleman, Dave McGraw, who was organizing a march to Zuccotti Square. And at that same time, other uh, organizers were planning a march on that particular day. And they all decided to come together and create a force multiplier and move on Zuccotti Square at the same time. And that became what we call Occupy Wall Street, right? That message in New York resonated with the message in Silicon Valley. Get it? So the banking community, or the specifically the white youth, the anarcho punk culture slash libertarian culture, who were students of Howard Zinn, Noam Chomsky, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, organized with the kids in Silicon Valley. And that created a subgenre of people called the Anon, which brought forth the group Anonymous. See how it all connects? And they organized together uh, under this message of getting money out of politics, but they stayed together based on the understanding that they were not a monolith and that they had many complaints. And as a result of their many complaints, they put the Tea Party out of business, you see. But they didn't send the Indians home. You get it? So the Indian community that you see now are the replacement for uh, specifically the kids who went to Silicon Valley to become engineers and programmers, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And and we weren't really a part of any of those movements. So as a result, it makes us inconsequential and we're not included in any of their conversation except when they want to make a point, specifically if the Indians want to make a point that, yeah, well, these niggas, they're criminals. And, we have to stick together. And by the way, I'm not Indian, I'm white. So as a result of us not being technocratic, as a result of we have billionaire tech companies, the Robert Smiths and the David Stewarts, not seeing the end game and building a separate paradigm, a separate technological paradigm that will facilitate jobs for foundationals exclusively. Because, I mean, we were moved out of the tech game a while ago, though we still were makers. And once we produced that 50,000, those 50,000 patents, they was like, these niggas too good. They're too creative. They're too visionary. And we have to bring in some folks to get them out the paint, right? But instead of us at that point building our own separate paradigm from way back then, right, which would have it allowed us to be a formidable player on a global level in technology or world building, it reduced us to becoming an inconsequential or irrelevant player with 3% involvement in the American tech industry, right? So if you listen to any of their conversations or if you read any of their tweets, they barely mention us, you see, because they don't see us as relevant. And we didn't produce a paradigm, let alone a plan with actionable items, initiatives, um, you know, milestones and 5-year plans and et cetera. We didn't do that. We could have done that, but we didn't do that. So now here we are. They're bringing millions of Indians and others, but let's stay on topic, Indians into not just Silicon Valley, but all avenues of economic development, right? And saying they're not even saying they're smarter than us. They're saying they're smarter than the Albanoid. And the Albanoid, who's been saying this is a country of immigrants and been throwing that word Indian around forever to describe the Mongolian and everyone else just to make us look like shit, is like, oh yeah, by the way, you named the state after us, Indiana, bitches. So the Albanoid has shot themselves in the foot in their efforts to get us out the paint, in an effort to get us out of technology. We were the visionaries. We were the X factor of it all. We were the ones, still are, but we don't have a plan. We don't have a paradigm. And we're not relevant. We're not included in the conversations. But they got us out the paint. And they got us interested in basketball and bullshit, football, playing music, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, is set. Everything is set building. Now the Albanoid is saying, no, 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 you Indians, y'all gotta go. And the tech bros are saying, we can't beat China. We can't lead this techno culture without bringing these Indians. And they're producing 1 million, literally, engineers a year in India. They got the numbers, right? They've turned their government essentially, and this is their goal, into a technocracy, similar to China, technocracy, similar to Russia, a technocracy, similar to Germany, a technocracy. And of course, this is the way in which the US is forced to go. And the US is saying we have to do this exponentially. And these Americans who've been bullshitting, they're not ready. So we have to bring in these Indians. So they're using that as an excuse for cheap labor and to say we have to jump start the machine so we can operate effectively on a global level. Okay.
Hello.
Back to the back to the Negro question. What about us? What role do we play in any of this? Yeah, we've studied the past, deep history. We know all that. We're always talking about current issues. Yeah, we do that all the time. Right? We definitely love running each other down. Right? We definitely getting the tethers out of the paint. What about the future? How many spaces do we hold? And it's back to you, Brother Average and Sister Wani. How many
Yeah.
spaces do we hold regarding the future?
We're going to start
We never
holding
talk
some
about the
in the
future.
future. We're going to
Good
start.
point.
Can I ask you a question, Mikhail? You said that they're training how many engineers a year?
1 million.
Okay, and then earlier you said we had about 5 million tech jobs. I mean,
Yes.
we said we might not
Ye-
know, right?
Well, no, no. We looked at it, and the numbers said that there are at least 5 million tech jobs
Okay.
in the U.S. Right?
And they're pumping out a million a year. I mean, how are we supposed to employ these people?
And
How are we
Culture
supposed
said
to?
they were going to be low wage jobs. She put that
That
in there too.
Okay, so this is just India, mind you. There's a bunch of them from Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, tons from China. We can't employ all these people. We don't have the jobs. We don't have the
Pakistan.
space. They need to go away, like I said earlier. Why don't you go do all your things in your country? That's why they invented countries. These people are supposed to be in them. They're not all supposed to be piled up on top of my head. What are we
Now
doing?
here's the catch. Here's the catch 44. So you send those trained engineers, developers back to their country, and they take all of your trade secrets, your innovation to the Chinese. See, the albinoids, they always shoot themselves in the foot. Their greed
Always.
and their larceny always gets them in trouble. And they do that at the cost of not elevating us, the X factor. All of that innovation, all of that training could have went to us. It would have tripled, quadrupled the economy. But instead they said, we're going to bring in some Aryans, just like we brought in the Irish and the Italians, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, because we can't see these niggas innovating. That's a no no. We definitely don't want. There's already 2 million millionaires. We don't want 20 million millionaires or
Now,
multimillionaires.
the interesting thing is that these people keep talking about how smart they are. We have the Chinese, another cheating ring group, and the we don't have any what do they invent for the United States? Where are their
Nothing,
tens of
nothing,
thousands of inventions during that period of time they were here? They were
nothing.
also in the Caribbean, and we don't see anything coming from these people except leeching off of the United States, going to school in the United States, and getting a job.
Right?
Big
They haven't
deal.
changed.
Can I throw
I
one
mean,
thing in there?
the,
I
the,
want
the
you,
Shang,
Mikhail,
but yes, brother.
when you were talking about why have we been preparing, which is so true. I'll tell you who was preparing, and he's dead now. And I suspect it's because he was preparing those kids. Prince. Remember when Baltimore Uprising went over there and he did that song and he was all out there in Baltimore? Remember that? And he put it in the hands of Van Jones to do it. And when Prince died, Van Jones fell out and he ain't been the same since. He knows what it is. Every time we try, Mikhail, here they come. Here they come. That's why I said, ain't no way that man died in no elevator in his own house. He been in that house all his life almost. Come on now.
Yeah, I never believed any of that. I never believed that.
Yeah, he was. It was on the sneak tip too. See, it wasn't advertised, but somebody knew.
Right.
Well,
Okay.
I want to
Yeah, well,
quickly say, it's totally what Mikhail was saying is so 100% on point and relevant. We Number one, we do need to look at the future, and number two, the point is, I in 2021 took it upon myself to teach in Memphis city schools, teaching Python, something I was training. It's a computer programming language, and y'all heard this story before, so I'm not gonna bore you again with it, but the whole state of Tennessee kind of, well, I'm being parabolic, but a whole bunch of entities turned on me for teaching black children how to learn a programming language, and I never understood it. But that is that's the new oppression. Dr. John Henry Clark said oppression is going to be digitized. It's going to the computer, and we're being kept out of it. So I'm just really glad that Mikhail brought that up to us and really take that seriously. And we want to put our children into learning the ways of computer programming. um, but I digress. Mikhail, you go ahead and land your plane, and then we're going to have Average up next.
thank you, there, brother. I'll defer to our brother Average. I'm very interested in what he has to say.
Come on, Average. Good to see you, man.
Man, good to see you too. You would have to. I thought he was gonna speak, so I took me a bite of the cheesecake.
Yeah,
My wife just, I was like, "Cool, let me get this little bite in real quick."
I understand.
So,
They always over there eating croissant sandwiches.
and brioche and all kind of stuff. Take my wife. She makes cheesecake from scratch. Uh, kind of hidden too. Cool. First of all, thank you for the room, Professor Nikki, Wani. Appreciate y'all. Love the topic, and I'm gonna piggyback off of what Brother McCall said and what Wani brought. Very poignant. So the future, see, and what the professor brought too. Like, yeah, get our children prepared, and I'm definitely doing so. I'm very proud to have the children that I have and how advanced they are. But we can't wait. We can't wait for the children. We can't pass nothing on to our children as far as responsibility, right? Including the reparations movement and all that. We got to get this. We got to slay this dragon now. So the future is a part of that planning for the future. So even us who are aging. We have to learn more about technology because we have to teach the children. It's going to be us. We can't put our children. We can't just direct them into a certain, way of learning, a certain school. We have to know about where we're directing them first so that we can help them get there faster while we're also getting ourselves there too. We have to get there. We have to speed it up, take crash courses and all of that. We can still learn right now in this time now, in our adult time. It's not about the next generation. It's about us and then giving them even better launch pad, right? So there's that. Um, the whole, does India have a smarter culture question? I love it, because the answer is easy. It's hell no,
Hell no.
not even close, not even close. And I don't like when Black Americans take on the defeatism that unfortunately a lot of our other people in the diaspora, quote unquote, do, right? So when they do that, they believe other people are better than them. They look outside themselves consistently and all of that. And obviously, us in this room, we're not those people, but we know people who are like that, right? In our families, in some of our circles, they be like, "Yeah, man, we can't do nothing, man. Them other people, they gonna do all kind of stuff, and we just, niggas can't do it." And it's like we definitely can talk about what we, haven't done, and we do got to do better. But it's people that don't think we can do it, and we obviously definitely can because we've done things before, like Macau, you know, alluded to with the 50,000 patents. We had a run on innovation that is just, we played a integral role in innovation. The things that they, today, the phone that we're on, in so many senses, the initial, the initial version of the phone, the telegraphony, Granville T. Woods, will become the phone. Obviously we talk about the light bulb and stuff like that, but even the smartphone, the cell phone, the computer, like these are integral things that we're holding all of these technologies converge in our hand right now that we're talking on. Everything I just said, even the light bulb. Okay, lighting. Your screen is backlit. You're using communication, using lines of communication. The cellular phone, the smartphone, the computer. These are us, right? And so they'll say, "Oh no, you guys didn't do anything," and they'll come over here. These cats will come over and latch right on to white supremacy because they were given the game a long time ago. Uh, they have the most disciplined caste system in the world by far, and they actually did a survey worldwide. And they found out that Indians, East Indians, that race and class plays more of a part in their society than any other place on the planet. They're bringing these people over here because they will fall in line. It ain't because they're great. It ain't because they're so hardworking. The filth that they live in, they can't even solve it. They can't solve filth. They can't solve a simple sewage system, clean water. They can't solve that. They they're over here. COVID was kicking their ass. Now these are hardworking, smart people that are educated, and something like COVID whooped their ass. Meanwhile, Africa's sitting there. They just chilling. Like, yeah, we good. We chilling in Africa, right? But in India, they getting their ass whooped by COVID. All that filth, that lack of drinking water, that sewage, that smell, that stench, that it's and you have the nerve to run from that, go somewhere else, and say we're going to be the answer to your problems when you can't even fix your own country. Like of many of the places that we talk about, where we say people can't fix their homeland, India is at the top of that list. That place is suffering terribly so. So when we talk about have a smarter culture, and you can't even keep yourself clean. You can't even keep clean water coming to you. You can't even, there's so many problems. And of course, crime in many of the areas as well. So you have these incredible, towering issues in your society that you run where everybody is like you. And it's an embarrassing amount of people that are like you. So you have a whole lot of minds from all of these genetic, organisms walking around with this incredible work ethic and intelligence and high IQ. From that, there wouldn't be some great Indian messiah who could solve all the problems of India. Of course not. No, they ran. They come here and they ain't gonna solve shit. And we talk about, we talk about Vivid Ramaswamy. I'm sorry, I mispronounced it on purpose. When we talk about Vivid Ramaswamy, that dude, he's always been a charlatan. From his fake medicine, from his company that he had with the inflated stock prices. You know what I'm saying? He really is lucky not to not be in prison. So that's what we're getting. And when Wani talks about cheating culture and all of that, and this is just what we're looking at here. These are cats that want to come here. They want to get in power. They'll toe the line when it comes to the caste system. And then their whole plan is, and white people are starting to sniff it out now. They want to subdue white people too by sheer numbers, bring over people, get in positions of power, and then now we're going to kick out the white folks too. They want them gone as well because they don't really white people like that. Yeah, they'll be buddy buddy. They ain't got much self worth when it comes to that. But as long as they can get where they're trying to go, they're doing that shit in Britain, and they're gonna do it. Shit, they did it in India when they kind of pushed out the British. They don't like white people like that, but they'll kiss that ass until they can get where they want to go. And so they're just a means to an end. I want to land my plane with this. So this terrible society that they come from, right? In which, and you can see how they treat Africans, how they treat women. I mean, they treat women horribly. I mean, raping them in the street, just converging on them and stuff. The level of crime and the lack of worth of women to come here from this place and to say that we're going to be this and we're going to be the best at this, we have to signal boost that consistently because we stand on a morality nobody else does. And so when you're going to come here and be a white supremacist while also saying you work hard and then really slowing down, we owe it to humanity to be in these positions because everybody that gets in these places, they're going to slow down the development of these things because look where they came from. There's no magic Indian pill where they're going to go and advanced technology. That's what we have always done. We need to be in those positions to save humanity, basically, like we always have, and to jumpstart and to push it further. So when McCown talks about futurism and the positions that we need to be in, we have to be on that now, even if it means learning coding lightly if it means understanding where we see the society where they project society to be and making sure you're there as well because in an instant a lot of the jobs that some of us hold you might be in your 50s but you plan on working the next 20 years well that job might not exist in a few years and if you plan on being working for 20 years then you got to make a move now so I'll land my plane there.
I always wondered where white people fell on the Indian caste system because I know that they hate darkness and they have their little school workbooks and they said this is an ugly person and of course the person is brown and oh this is a pretty person and of course the person is blonde and now I found out I've been eyeballing them to see what how they react to other people that are not of their background and they did have a very negative reaction when they moved into the area that we know them in being in now. They came in with a caste system. They made everyone who wasn't them a bottom caste. And then they followed up by kind of turning it from different groups of people like religious people, um, uh, educators, military people. It really is a racist caste and they can't deny it. They're trying to deny it, but they cannot deny it. But white people do not rank very high on it because there was a case where this girl was dating a Christian guy who was white. She was Indian, and her brother went home and put two bullets in her head for dishonoring the family. So he didn't feel it was a step up to be with a white person.
Wow.
Also, you see that they treat white people very badly when they are like they'll put all these Sikh people and all these different types of people in these warehouses and in these tech centers together, and then probably for token's sake, they'll hire one white American person. They treat them badly, and same thing in tech. They're not. They're treating them like they're a lower caste, and I guess it's not working out anymore. They've tipped their hand. I've noticed a lot of immigrants coming here have really showed their hand, and it was a little bit too early. And we still have time to catapult them out of this country and get our culture back.
Yeah, like Wani said, the hand was shown way too early. Way too early. But that's a good thing for us looking on the bright side, like Mikhail said, to prepare for the future. We know where we stand. Good stuff, people. Um, Nikki and Wani, who was next? Was it
Okay,
Um,
so we got some new people on the stage. There's some people who had been here. I don't think housing spoke, but
no, he
housing, I don't
didn't.
even know.
He didn't. That's right.
Okay.
Come on, Housing.
I'm here.
Hey, excuse me, real quick. Can I put something in the jumbotron real quick?
Carry on,
Just,
brother.
just,
Oh, go
just,
ahead,
just
Yes.
brother.
forgot to ask
yes.
you.
Yes,
Yes.
sir.
Okay, cool. It's the space tomorrow that I'm having with Sophia Stewart, so y'all check that out.
Go ahead. Come on, Housing.
Good evening, everyone. Brother,
Thank you, Average.
it's a blessing listening to you guys, man. I enjoy the space. Brother Mikhail, I like the way you talk about Kush who started everything over there in India. And I'm gonna go hard. I care nothing about people who come from another country and come here and disrespect us openly and blatantly. And that guy Vicky Swami, Professor Black did a post on him. He's very racist with black people at the end of the day. And most of them are. And when it comes to their hygienes, they got a area in the BX, like off of Bainbridge. They pretty much over there. And in the summertime, I had to go watch all my guys, make sure they do the right thing on the job. And that whole area is smelling horrible. Nothing but Indians and Pakistans over there. It's like on the Bainbridge area. So, you know, I care nothing about them. I mean, I have nothing against them, but when you come to America and you openly disrespect black American people, because this guy, Victor Swami, he was on CNN. Ain't that the reason why that guy got fired? Because him and what's the guy's name? Uh, somebody help me.
You talking about a reporter or
Yes, what's his name? Don Lemon.
Don Lemon? That's right.
Don
They
Lemon.
clashed, and after that clash, they let Don Lemon go. Do anybody remember that? That's the only time
Who did he clash with?
Victor Swami.
Oh
Oh,
yeah,
Don
And
Lemon
that's the
really?
made
only reason, and that's the only time Don Lemon stepped up to play about black people.
Wow.
Yeah, he got
I
fired
remember
because
that.
of that.
I remember that.
So, and over there in India, they known to disrespect women. One woman just got raped brutally about 6 months ago. They said she had so many DNA counting her over 100 men. And I mean, come on, you know. And no, they're not smarter than us. They come over here, and what's that word when they want to just hang out with white people? Assimilate? Is that the word? That's the right word?
That
Yeah,
works.
one of them. Yep.
Yes. So they come over here, especially in the areas where I live at. You know, they like to go to the pizza places with them, hang out with all the white girls and stuff like that. But they openly dislike black people and all other countries. You know, they come over here, like Yanni said, kick them all out. You know, Trump coming. You know,
But that's one of the. I'm so grateful you said that, brother. You gave me an opportunity to answer one of the hidden or silent issues hidden within my title. Is the Trump administration going to fulfill that promise? Are they?
we shall see.
You
Um,
know,
Go ahead, Wani.
I was just going to say I have that position because I know how to do math. And all of these people cannot come here. This country cannot accommodate in
Facts.
any way. We don't have enough jobs for, I don't care how many ways they go to school. You can send them over here, doing cartwheels with red lipstick on across the border on rafts. We don't have enough jobs. It doesn't matter whether it's a certain kind of visa. We simply don't have the jobs to support the whole world. Which part of that don't they understand? And I was raised with tough love, and I think tough love is needed here Stop running away from your country and make it better.
And I have one
Yeah,
more.
So
but that's my issue right there, Wani. Is like number one, how can you trust? And I'm not xenophobic or anything. I'm just telling the truth. How can you trust somebody? Let's say you had a homeboy that's your best friend, and he ran away from his wife and kids and let them get killed because a robber came in the house. He ran away. How are you gonna trust him to protect you? So that's an issue right there. It's an issue of like loyalty. Like, how can you trust somebody who ran away from their home? Like, it's something about that that just kind of rubs me the wrong way. You know what I'm saying?
I have one more.
right, Wani,
Go ahead, bro.
to
Yes.
answer your question, the play isn't to send them all here. They don't have to. Most of the multinationals are being set up there, right? That's the second element. The third element is, of course, the offshore jobs. So now you have a contingency, a powerful contingency of Hindu Aryans here coalescing with their brothers and sisters in India who are handling all the outsourcing jobs or who are working at these multinationals over there. That's how you leverage those numbers. This is the play for them.
Thank
Interesting.
you.
Globalist agenda. Hmm. This is actually kind of dangerous, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, back in the early 90s, me and my father used to bond watching a show of the Unabomber. I was always kind of like a smart kid, and I couldn't articulate it, but I knew something was wrong with his case. Because I'm not going to bore y'all, but if you look at the Unabomber's history, he was very brilliant, slightly autistic, had an incident when he was a child, went to Harvard, got punished by Harvard law students under that Timothy Leary. What was that called? I don't know if it was MK Ultra, but it was Dr. Timothy Leary, the experimenting on drugs. He was caught up in that and broke free of all that and went to Berkeley to get a PhD in computer science, which is not easy. I got friends and colleagues who have PhDs in computer science. That shit is ridiculous. Um, in the 90s and in the late 80s, excuse me. So, Dr. Um, what's his last name? The Unabomber, Kaczynski. Dr. Kaczynski was teaching at Berkeley, early computers, early system operating systems, and he found something. I want y'all to listen to me closely. He found something working on those computers, and this is a genius. And whatever he found, he went around, started acting weird, and went around to professors and scholars and politicians saying, leave computers alone. Do not incorporate computers into American society. Do not, absolutely do not. People are like, this fucker is weird. He got shunned. He lost his professorship, was kind of homeless, moved to the woods and started killing people, mailing off bombs to people. Well, and killing people is not cool. That's never condoned on my space. Violence is not condoned. But it's really important to distinguish that he was mailing bombs off to people who were involved in legislation that onboarded computers to American society. It was judges, it was legislators, it was computer scientists, etc., etc. Well, what the news didn't tell you is he wrote a manifesto that y'all could download right now on Google. You look up on the Unabomber, you can type Unabomber manifesto, which is frighteningly, strikingly cogent. Well, if you look at that last chapter, he talks about why. And this early computer scientist posits that, that if we onboard, we in the United States, onboard computers and integrate them into every part of American society, at a certain point in that epoch of time, computers or the algorithm is going to basically become aware. I'm paraphrasing them and take over society, and the computers are going to be our downfall. Now, if anybody was smart enough to say that, it was him. That stuck in the back of my mind. Well, in 2021, I was teaching very brilliant kids in the ghettos of Memphis Python programming language, which is basic animus of computer science, makes things do stuff. Drones fly, Teslas drive around corners, that type of stuff. And one of my brilliant kids, she's in New York University right now, full scholarship, thanks to me, um, said, Dr. A, when we were on Shell in the basic shell code. She said, "Dr. A, this looked like a Ouija board." I didn't know what a Ouija board was. I was like, "What's that?" And another little girl was like, "Damn, this do look like a Ouija board." And they showed me what they were talking about. And basic, at its basic fundamentals, it did resemble black magic on a certain level. And then I thought about the name of the programming language, Python. That's a snake, right? And it just dawned on me. I wonder, is this somehow involved with the whole Babylonian downfall with the Tower of Babel and that god that they worship named Sin, AI? Let me say it again. It's not Sinai. That's a misnomer. There was no Mount Sinai. It was the god of sin, Sinai. Are we entering our downfall? Hell, what do I know? Who was up next?
I think it was it so Sotar the Great or something like that. Is that or was it Jeremiah? It's either Sotar or Jeremiah.
Go ahead,
One of them.
Jeremiah. I just brought Sotar up. It was Jeremiah.
Uh, I just want to say I appreciate you guys having this conversation, Professor Allen, Wani, Nikki the guy. I respect all of you guys. I follow all of you guys, and I comment constantly on things that you post. I mean, mostly I agree with a lot of things that you guys say. So like I'm constantly, watching what people do. But anyway, I just wanted to respond to that article, Professor Allen, that you posted. I read it about Vivek Ramaswamy. This man is, in my opinion, is a threat to black society, and the fact that he's elevated into the White House right now makes me a little bit worried than ever. Not only this man, I want to say he lost because he spent a lot of time denigrating not only black American society, but he also makes it a point to denigrate white society as well. And when he does it in his post, as you stated in that article. You showed an article with all of his posts, and he takes time out to point out things about not just us, but also against white society. And then when he got to Iowa in the primaries, they told him, hell no, we're not going to elect you, even though you went to every single county in Iowa. We're not going to elect you. In the article, I was reading about it. He said something about firstborn, how first, he was comparing firstborn generation immigrants to regular Native Americans, people that have been here, and their lineage has been on this land. Anyway, he took time out to denigrate. Um, he took a comparative, comparing himself as the first or second generation immigrant above pretty much everyone else. In that article, he pretty much says that he's above everyone else in this country. And so, I mean, it's easy to see why he lost when he was running for the White House. But I just wanted to point that out. And the man is a threat to our society. As black people, we are connected to technology. We are part of the tech advancement. I mean, we're seeing it now. I'm a tech owner myself. I own my own company. I created my own LLC and created my own company. And I just want to see more black people creating tech environments throughout the internet. Now we're in a community now where we can support each other virtually. There's nothing stopping us. And I watch you wonderful, beautiful black people every day doing the work that you do. I am so proud to be a part of this family. That's all I got to say. Thank you, Wani. Thank you, Nikki the God. And thank you, Professor Allen.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Jeremiah.
brother.
Don't worry, that guy is about to implode. So don't worry about him. And anybody following behind him with the rhetoric will fall down like a domino.
So I got a question. Maybe this is more for Wani. I never really understood why Vivek focuses in. I mean, at one point, Dr. Shahrazad Ali was identifying the fact that Vivek came for black women like a couple years ago. Like, what? Why does this guy focus? Why does he fixate on foundational Black Americans? Is this
Um,
what is this about?
First of all, I don't care. I don't I don't care what his ugly behind is focused on. He's not a threat to me. Why? I know what his culture is. He's pure garbage. These people are just leeches, parasites, bombarding everyone's country all around the world. Them and the Chinese, they are pests. They're always in somebody's country creating havoc. That's all they do. They will not develop their own countries. So they have been an issue for a long time. And he's just over here trying to get attention from white supremacy. That's all they don't have any deep hatred toward, they don't even know black people. They don't know black Americans. These people have nothing to do with us. They just heard some little talking points in their little pinheads, want to repeat them. No, it's just really that easy. These people do not know us. They don't hang around us. They know what they know. They heard off of a rap video and they think it sounds cute to copy these white supremacy talking points. And I think it's cute when they step over the line and the white supremacists chew them up alive. We don't have to do anything with these Indian people. They have really showed their hand.
Yeah, that's
But
just go ahead.
Wani,
Yes.
if I can interject, and it's something that you and I we discussed earlier. It's not just Vivek. You have an Indian gentleman who is now the senior White House policy advisor on AI. That's not a good look. And he's the one who's has the strange skull. You have another gentleman who's yeah,
The
right. You have
Frankenstein
another
skull.
gentleman,
Yes, they're all over the place.
right? You have another gentleman who's the director of the FBI or the Federal Bureau of Investigation. You have another gentleman who's the Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights.
Hmm.
You have another gentleman who's the director of the National Institutes
People
of
that
Health.
have no civil rights are in charge of civil rights. That makes perfect sense because they don't want us to have civil rights. So that's perfect placement.
Hmm.
Right. So it's not just Vivek.
No, I agree.
It's this,
But
yeah,
people,
it's the whole,
because of his big mouth and the big mouths of those other people you just named, all eyes on Indians.
But that I got an answer to my question. It's the white supremacist playbook. They have no
Hmm.
angle into this power of politics other than using us, which means
Right.
we're the star of the fucking show all over again.
As usual, they'll use us as the white supremacists or white people in general will begin to use us as um, cover for
Hmm.
getting rid of them. They'll just say, hey, we have Americans here. Some black Americans need a job. See you later. But they put the eyeballs on them right now, and that's all of them. Everybody's looking at every time one of these guys talks, somebody says get out. In essence, I'm summarizing. They talk, I'm looking at other immigrants trying to go after the Indians, like Mexicans trying to go after the Indians, and someone will come in the post and say both of you get out. Nobody wants these people here. So they had a joke on here about Mexicans are happy that everyone's looking at Indians and wanting to drop kick them out of the country. And no, no, we're not. We're looking at all of you. Get out. um, that's basically what's going on, and I think it's a very good development.
Hmm. The truth, is always a good thing. Sotar, have you already gone?
I'm going to read this quote. I read it earlier today. This is from 1916. This is over 100 years ago. And this man, he was the architect of the Indian Constitution. He had to say it's a local problem, but one capable of much wider mischief. For as long as caste in India does exist, Hindus will hardly intermarry or have any social intercourse with outsiders. If Hindus migrate to regions on earth, Indian castes would become a world problem. This has been a problem in the making, and they have poured it themselves into everybody's country. They're all over the Caribbean, they're all over Australia, they're all over the UK, different parts of Europe. Yeah, they're all over the place and they're overpopulated and they're greedy for jobs. And they get in the job and they install the caste system and they don't let anyone in. They practice nepotism in your face. Things that Americans would never do. We were trained to have ethics. Now, that might sound funny now, but my generation, I'll say, was trained to have ethics. You know, you go to the doctor today and you might see it on YouTube. I don't know what these people are doing now, but we wouldn't do that. I wouldn't have a job in an office and hire a whole bunch of black girls that I wanted to hang out with and kiki with. I would never have the balls to do that, but they do. They'll sit up there and say, I'm Sikh and I'm only going to hire Sikhs and nobody else is going to get a job in here and they're allowed to do it. I don't know what's going on there, but I think there's some lawsuits that could be had.
Well, Wani, the understanding, okay, that they have, and I would even say from an Islamic standpoint, and probably from a Jewish standpoint, and it's coming from here, right? And of course, the Albanoids, they have the same understanding. If you go into a tech company, you're not going in for a job or to simply work. You're there to figure out how to take control and become the CEO. We're the only ones who don't have that mindset. The gentleman earlier, I believe it was our guy, our family, this no taxation, mentioned Peter Thiel. And I have posted one of his books, Zero to One, and he talks about the importance of eliminating competition and developing monopolies. What's wrong with that? Everyone's doing it. Why aren't we doing it? You see. So we have to readjust our thinking and understand how this world works
Well,
and use our resources to plan and to build our own paradigm.
to quickly interject, the reason for that, Brother Mikhail, is the church. Our churches were infiltrated and they've spread this false narrative, this false maxim that you had to turn the other cheek, and you know the rest. But go ahead and land, Mikhail.
Thank you. I did, brother. I appreciate it.
I wanted to kind of support this conclusion we're having with Dr. Anderson. He says on page 102, Black Labor, White Wealth. He summarized everything we just said. He put a pin in it. He says, quote, as competition for resource increase and blacks become more frustrated, conflicts for power, resources, or even basic rights are developing between blacks and all other ethnic and racial groups who rank higher than blacks in order of preference. That would be Ramaswamy's group, right? Again, quote, if blacks' marginal level of subsistence substance does not improve, they will become the common denominator, what I just said, in every social class. That's going to be that's a good idea. What Dr. Anderson said is we are the common denominator in every social class. Isn't that amazing? Isn't that true?
Yes.
Isn't everything pertaining to power in the whole fucking United States, maybe the whole motherfucking world, have to do with us?
Somehow, some way.
Somehow, some
Very
way.
bizarre.
Dr. Anderson finally says since the 1980s, blacks have clashed with Arabs in Cleveland and Detroit. In the early 1990s, New York and Boston were outraged over the slaying of blacks by Jews and ethnic whites. Violent confrontations between blacks, Koreans, Vietnamese, Laotian, and Cambodian merchants has arisen across the country in cities like Pennsylvania, Washington, D.C., and Los Angeles. We're the common denominator. That's just what it is. Like Brother Dewan BB saying, we the sauce. And that's just what it is. Seventh, I've seen you down there for a while. I don't think you had a chance to speak yet. Come on, Seven.
Yeah, hey, how's everybody doing? Can you hear
Hey,
me?
yep.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I was having early. I was having an issue, so I had to dip out and come back. But I came to the space late, and y'all were talking about some of the things I wanted to say, like about Vivek. Yeah, I'm surprised that dude's not in jail yet. If they're probably going to make a case to throw his curry ass in jail.
Hmm.
And to the other thing of the topic, does India have a smarter culture? Let me say this in two uncertain words. Hell no. They are fondling themselves in cattle shit over there. So that's game set match on that one. Like and I had to teach. I had to teach people this semester from that part of the world. They're not that smart, guys. They are not. I had to teach a graduate level thermodynamics and statistical mechanics, and I was given a problem sets that you would get at schools like Stanford, MIT. I was given those level of problems, and I had to set the problems up so they could at least have a chance of solving them. And about their fucking engineers and stuff like that. Y'all remember those planes, those 737 Maxes that were crashing
Oh yeah.
because
Oh
they
yeah.
had a issue.
With the
That
autopilot,
software
with the autopilot, yeah, it couldn't detect. It didn't know.
that software was written in India
There you go.
by Indian developers. So
Wow.
and something else, and I'll yield on this. So you got a lot of these people who come here. They come to HBCUs and other schools to get their graduate degrees. And in their home countries, they were doctors, medical doctors. They were practicing medicine.
Yep.
Well, if you want to come do medicine here in America, you must have done a residency in either the United States or Canada, and the standards are pretty high for getting a residency. So they're trying to build up their CV to hopefully get a residency. And one professor was telling me that someone who was a doctor, that person didn't know what DNA was.
Wow.
No bullshit. You're a
What?
doctor and you don't know what DNA is?
What?
Well,
Yeah.
here goes a frustrating thing on that level. When I was in Memphis, I met an African doctor who got his medical degree in Africa. And you would think they weren't allowed to practice, but it's not true. They take a couple courses. You take a couple courses and they have to roll through a residency here. So those degrees, which are not really that compatible with the American system, will allow you to become a physician in America. What I'm saying is, you got doctors operating on you who got their medical degree in West Africa and India. And I know a fucking PhD man that used to be kind of my slick boss at university years ago, who got a PhD. I want to say his last name. I'm not going to do that because everybody would say doctor with some type of funny sarcasm to it. Like, why are they being sarcastic about that? I looked up this dude's school, and it was one of them schools y'all talking about earlier in India. They have meals over there where they just print you off a degree, man. But go ahead and land your plane, Everett.
Yeah, so like I said, look, those people they ain't shit. They never was shit. They never gonna be shit. So I think like I said, we just gotta get on code and like how Kendrick Lamar said, sometimes you just gotta pop up and show niggas. I yield the
Yep.
mic.
Pop
So,
up.
um, I was just gonna say a lot of the things that they do, it does, and they a big part of their population doesn't believe in. Hold on. Why am I playing that funny song?
Is
Yeah,
that you?
No, not it's not me.
I
I'm
thought you had a nigga over your house, one. I
not
was like,
singing.
ooh, you better get off the
I
phone,
don't
girl.
have a
Girl, you better
singing
get your
man
ass
over
off
here.
that goddamn phone.
He's beating me up
Hey,
now.
hey, he's about to be like, hey, who you talking to?
He's looking at my phone.
I hear a
Talking about
man.
all them people
That
on
was
them damn
not
phone and stuff need to
that
come
was
over here and talk to me.
that was that video that I posted under the thing. It's funny. It shows an Indian man cutting some food with his toenail. I was going to review some of these grotesque things. So, eh, like, they don't believe in germs. That's number one. A huge portion do not believe in germs or hygiene. And that's why we were discussing earlier that in the Ganges River, they do bathe. I mean, I was over there. They at certain times of the day, they get in there and bathe, and it's murky and dirty and filthy. I didn't see any bodies floating around. That was good, or animal carcasses. But that doesn't seem to make any sense, does it? So generally, you're not collectively smart. And like we said earlier, it the lifestyles of the people and the general population doesn't seem to reflect the Vedas or any of the types of enlightenment programs that they've put forth that are very well thought of. Uh, if you look at their material, their spiritual material, you would think these people would be levitating and just floating down the street. That's what you would think. And yet you see the opposite of that, and it remains to be it's a very strange situation because they really do have some very good material on a whole lot of levels. Even like we were talking about medicine, they have like ancient operations that they did, and it was very detailed, like brain surgery. They had all kinds of these things were very well thought out. They had
Right.
incisions, they had suction.
Wani, this is gonna piss some people off, but I gotta ask my brother Mikhail. Those isn't to some extent the operations that she's talking about. Didn't that come from Kemet? Like, did wasn't there certain groups of Egyptians that
Well,
migrated to India? It's
Well, it actually came from Anu, and then Cush, and then Kemet. None of those ideals came from the Aryans, who were considered the Kaz, later considered the Sea People, later considered the Assyrians slash Neo-Assyrians that crossed into those regions. And this is why they don't understand it. It's like Stevie Wonder said in Superstition, when you believe in things you don't understand, you suffer.
Wani. Go ahead and land your plane. I kind of cut you off, but when you said
oh,
surgery, I couldn't resist.
no, no, I get it. I don't want to go into where these things came from, because there's a discrepancy on the age of the material. So I can't like pinpoint the origin until they, decide how old this stuff is. They said it's about 4,000 years old. And they were doing it doesn't fit with what you see out in the public. They were doing very intricate brain surgery, stitching things,
Okay,
suturing
4,000
things. Yes.
4,000 years ago,
Yeah.
they wasn't there. They
That's what I'm
wasn't there.
saying. Right.
Right. That's the whole point. And this book was really old, and it doesn't have these things don't have a relationship to the people. It's not a it doesn't have an evolution is what I'm trying to say. People have material. They use it to heal their society, and people should know that. But you have all this advanced information from ancient times, and then you have people bathing in trash. So it doesn't make sense, and it makes you feel like, hey, these two things are not really connected. You know what I'm saying? Just like Egyptians over there, they can't read the hieroglyphics. Why? Because it's not the Egyptians. It's
Right.
an Arab invasion. But Chinese people can read their old writing. Yeah, it's probably called Old Chinese, but the average Chinese person can read very old script from back in the day, from thousands of years ago. So, like I said, those things don't seem to match. Even the spiritual ideas, they don't seem to match what the people are doing, and yet they seem to be devout believers of stuff. But things are not, the things that they have in their past, in their ancient history, are not showing up in the general population, which is sad for them.
Yeah, yeah. And that was my whole point, Wani, is a lot of they're taking credit for some shit that ain't even theirs. That was my point. It's very frustrating.
I don't know if they're taking credit or if these archaeologists are just dumb because the
Both.
archaeologists are just running around saying that things are Incan, and the Incan people are like, no, we we came up
Okay,
upon
Wani,
this. They're calling it
Wani,
pre-Incan now. Go ahead.
Wani. For example, Vivek last name is what?
Must we?
Okay, the the
Ramadan?
beginning the beginning preface is Ram. That comes from the word
Hmm.
Chem,
Okay.
or in their Bibles they call it Ham. How many Indians, or let's just say South Asians, do you hear running around with the name Kush or variations of Kush, Kashmir, Kashmir? They know exactly what they're doing. They know that they've co opted a culture that never belonged to them, unless, of course, they're further south. But even then, there's still sort of what we would call a tragic mulatto type. You know, they're still spewing things they don't understand. So, but they know, they will tell you if you ask one of them, where are you from? And they will say, oh, I'm from from India, or I'm from Pakistan, or I'm from England. And you go, oh, Kush. They go, yes, thank you, you see.
Hmm.
Because the Albanoids made a mistake of not scrubbing India. They scrubbed all of Africa of any information regarding Kush. They gave Kemet to the Albanoids, or the ones you call Arabs, but they didn't really do a good job in China and India or South Asia. And this is why they still carry on with some of the names and traditions that they don't understand. They're a very confused culture.
Yes,
Can
they
can
are.
I just ask this, Mikhail and Wani? Can you just explain the last name again and explain the name part again, please?
Right. So many of them will have variations of the name Kush, Krish, Cash, Kushna, like you hear the name Hare Krishna, and it's all variation of the word Kush. Even Iran was called Kish, right? And then of course they'll carry on variations of the name Kim by using the name Ram, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? And that culture, those civilizations, those very advanced, complex civilizations, were established there in those regions thousands and thousands of years before there was a such thing as an Aryan, so-called Aryan, right? But the Albanoids did not do a good job at scrubbing and erasing all of that ancient uh, knowledge, that repository of knowledge that was there. So the ones you see today, they're just a poor imitation of what they what their ancestors stole, and so on and so forth. So
Hmm. That sounds familiar, doesn't it, ladies and gentlemen? A poor representation of what their ancestors stole. Couldn't we apply that to the United States of America? Anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I have a question. Just right quick. Correct me if I'm wrong. Is Bangladesh that's in India, correct?
Bangladesh is near India. Wani.
no, no, it's not.
It's in the
It's
east. It
close.
used to be part of Pakistan at one time.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
close.
okay. Because I was gonna say that area actually has that's there's an area in Bangladesh that has one of the largest arable brothels on the face of the planet. It's a literally a brothel that's
What
so
kind
big.
of brothel?
It's a village.
Open
That
air.
Open
yeah,
air?
open,
Oh my god.
open, yeah, open
Yeah, I
air.
know
It's
what you're talking about.
yeah, and they have prostitutes as young as 10.
It's terrible.
Oh
It's like
yeah,
a
all
com.
of
It's a
them.
whole neighborhood.
Yeah,
Yep.
they had a little area in India. That's why I mentioned Bangladesh and Sri Lanka being also part of this. They might not be as popular as India, but they're also wanting to come over here too. In fact, everybody in every country in the world wants to pile up on top of our heads. And
Right.
it
But,
doesn't make any
Hey,
sense.
Wani, can I
but
ask
Wani,
Brother Mikhail a
you
question?
remember,
Yes.
Wani, you
Yes.
remember you and I, we discussed that Sri Lanka was the Crete, or what the whites will call Manoa, what we
Mm-hmm.
call Tefti, of all of South and Southeast Asia. They controlled all that region, Sri Lanka. It's a very, very, and those Indians or so-called Indians will tell you this. That was the jump off for them. So Sri Lanka is sort of their holy land. That was the center of power. That little island was the center of power for that entire region.
Oh
Brother,
wow.
Brother Mikhail,
Yes, there, brother.
I have a question. Can we get it out first? The children over there in India, don't they have them handling the poisonous dye over there to make the the silk fabrics?
I think that's the
I'm
make,
not
right? Those mines over there.
right. I'm not sure there, but we would need to
Not
research
sure of
that.
that. But what I do know is they had a little area in India where all the prostitutes had HIV and everyone knew it.
Wow.
And they had no problem getting customers.
Oh,
People were willing to risk their lives because of the desperation of the men. And I think some of the desperation is coming from not having dowries to get married, but that doesn't, I mean, like self preservation and all that. I don't know. There has to be something else going on culturally to have them this desperate.
It's on YouTube too. You can go. I think there's like a documentary about it on YouTube that folks can check out.
I'll
Um,
look it up.
yeah,
Well, you know what I just did, and yes,
It's depressing.
they're supposedly doing that in Mumbai. But the point I guess that we're making is learn and master the history of the world. And you know, brother professor, that Howard Zinn wrote a book regarding the history of the world. And yeah,
What
and
a
in
people's
doing
history.
so, there you go.
Yeah, I
And in
cite that
doing
book
so,
every day.
right?
Go ahead.
And in doing so, you'll realize that human nature never changes. Culture, maybe, but human nature doesn't. And everyone has a source. Everything has a source in an origin study. And if you study the Indian so-called history, right, you'll link it to literally ancient melanated cultures that established the source, the global source culture of the world. And that will give you an understanding of all the moving parts, what certain cultures that you call societies or civilizations, what they will do, what they won't do, why they're doing it, what's the source of their reason and logic behind why they're doing it. And you won't be surprised. And from there, you'll be able to develop your strategies accordingly. But that requires just a knowledge of deep history.
Yeah, and that's one of most damaging things that um, the church has done. Well, the church has done in the black community is deferred us away from history into mythology. Um, because, like Mikhail said, and it's really history is fundamental to any study, even with math. You need before you can do calculus. What do you need to know? You need to know the history. You need to know arithmetic, linear equation. It's education builds. It's like building a house. And as brilliant as we are, our foundation, history being the foundation of our house has been kind of skewed. So, but one good thing I'm starting to see in the last couple of years is the young people are starting to say, "Hey, wait a minute, this shit ain't working," and and we're starting to look back to real fundamentals, which I'm happy to see. Sotar, what's on your mind?
Yeah, yeah, sorry. Hey, this is going for Wani. Aren't if you look at all these smaller states and towns, like in Wyoming, I guess Montana's different, but North Dakota, South Dakota, Wyoming, maybe Eastern Washington and Oregon, wouldn't all those people be going there if they come here? They would have to build up those cities though.
What do you mean? Which people?
Look, those
The
immigrants come from
Indians?
different places. Yeah, from like I mean, you brought up Sri Lanka, not Sri Lanka, Singaporean, the
Sri
Pakistan and Thai.
Lanka and Bangladesh?
Yeah, so wouldn't they go like probably to the rural areas or deep areas
N-
that you have to build them
Well,
up?
well,
No,
I'm
they
gonna
go
say,
everywhere.
I'm gonna say no, no, absolutely not, because Memphis, Tennessee, was full of immigrants coming there. Now, what type of people do you think dominated Memphis for the last 60 years? Us. Well, Memphis got some really high paying jobs. FedEx is there, my friend. FedEx, St. Jude. And the tech jobs at FedEx were dominated by Indians, just dominated. FedEx has a an IT department off of Winchester, and I lived right across the street from it. Gigantic property. This just did IT logistics. It's gonna get even bigger because FedEx is they have a division where when you order a package from FedEx, a drone, and I was part of that development program. A drone is gonna drop it off. So you order like an iPhone, whatever, and you hit enter. A little bitty drone is gonna load up that iPhone and drop it off at your front door and then go fly back away. Indians are all up in there, and it's like damn near impossible. Well, I'm not gonna say impossible, but it's very difficult for black students or black IT specialists and cybersecurity specialists to get in there. I'm not just speculating. I have some of my students at the college I taught did land a job there. When I say some, I mean like a handful, and it was very competitive against Indians who had degrees from elsewhere. But so in conclusion, no, they're coming for Memphis. They're coming for wherever the jobs are, my friend. You know what I'm saying? Certain places have certain politics that kind of reject immigrant takeovers. My hometown of Birmingham, Alabama, got those type of politics, but they don't necessarily support Black Americans. It's kind of like good old boy network in Birmingham. Um, but the tech jobs are they're being dominated, man. You know.
Also, too, over there in India, they have Hindu extremists over there too. So that's what Wani was kind of talking about. Like a lot of the Indians, like they over there, I know they're like some of them are like super like head on strong about like really not dealing with people if they don't really deal in Hinduism or anything like that. Like they're like crazy with it, almost like they have like little paramilitary groups over there.
Mm, yeah.
And they'll be over here.
Yeah, and the main thing too, the biggest thing that the biggest takeaway that I've came to realize about this, seeing all these like business owners, because I was in that space and I remember even Grant Cardone, he was sitting there saying he preferred to hire immigrants over Americans, and that like really pissed me off. He was basically saying like, oh, how like the immigrants they have more purpose and shit like that than Americans, and we're all lazy. And mind you, I believe if I'm not mistaken, Grant Cardone, that real estate guy, I believe he's an immigrant too. Like his
Hmm.
family. Would you say, Wani?
No, I said, yeah, a lot of times when we're getting this attitude, we're not understanding that these people have hidden immigrant backgrounds. We just found out that that other guy was Afro Guyanese, but no,
Which
just Guyanese.
yeah, like it's one of the things that once you just realize what's really going on is that they're trying to replace the American population with these people because As TBA actually broke down, even during the Roman Empire, the emperors would prefer foreigners over its citizens due to the fact that its citizens would have grievances against the empire. And that's basically what we're seeing. They understand that the American people here, especially us, which is why they really have it out for us. The ruling class have it out for us because they understand that we hold a specific grievance against them. So the best way to deal with that is to have a soft genocide where we just basically starve out the population and replace it with a brand new population that's docile and won't really do anything to basically stop what it is that they're trying to do. And they don't have permanent plans for none of these people coming in either. They're gonna break them too. So
Well, but that's the quiet part out loud that nobody talks about with the United States is the United States government has always historically relied upon a form of exploitation. Let's look at this fancy iPhone we're talking on. Where are they created? They're created in China in a slave labor factory. And I hate to spoil your day, ladies and gentlemen, because I know we love our iPhones, but they're made in a facility where people sleep in. The people who make it sleep there. They get paid a slave wage. It's a high rise. I forget how many stories, but it's a lot of stories. And the makers of the iPhone are so depressed and so underpaid that they often commit suicide, just jump out the fucking building and splat on the ground. We the United States, Woodrow Wilson said the business of America is business, and business relies upon exploitation. Those of you older than me, my age or older, I'm an 80s baby, remember that you had uncles and shit that used to work in the factories, and the uncles had good. I had an uncle in Detroit, an auntie in Detroit that had a lake house. She made good money working in Motown. Well, what happened to those factory jobs that gave dignity and respect? Those factory jobs were shipped overseas by by Bill Clinton under NAFTA. Why? So we could exploit people in foreign countries and pay them pennies on the dollar instead of paying Americans a dignified wage and pay and support American families. That is a core fundamental of one of the core fundamentals of this industrial machine is that we need somebody to exploit, which is why you need immigrants. You need some to bring somebody over here and sell them a bullshit dream and give them a bullshit narrative of an imaginary enemy that would be us, um, to control them. And like the gentleman said, it's not going to last. It's only a matter of time for immigrants to say, "Hey, wait a minute, that's fucked up," and then the people who pull the strings by that time would have had another group to throw in their place. The name of the game is divide and conquer. It's always been that way. Uh,
Now,
a- Go ahead, one.
I was going to say real quick, I noticed that Africans like to say that you wouldn't have a cell phone if it wasn't for cobalt, but they overlooked the part where they kidnap children and put them in cobalt mines. So we're not indebted to slavers. Um, if it wasn't for Black Americans, we wouldn't have a cell phone because we created a lot of the elements that make the cell phone work. Like I said in earlier rooms, we may not have invented the cell phone, but none of these are invented. They're usually done by a team, like the internet, not one guy sitting in his garage. Hey, here's the internet, everybody. That's not how it works. We used to have huge computer rooms that took up the whole building. We had huge offices of people using the internet. Of course, it was under a military usage, but we have a lot of. They were saying that one of the first people to impact pre cell phone inventions was Granville T. Woods. Call him the Black Edison, but he doesn't need to be called the Black Edison because we stand on our own feet. Um, but he created he improved the telegraph system and multiplex telegraph, a method of sending multiple messages over a single wire. Um, we have a whole list of elements that we put out in other inventions, pre cell phone inventions, 2D. I mean, it's an extremely long list, and I'm going to have to screenshot it and put it, but there wouldn't be uh, a cell phone to be getting, having people saying that we owe them something. There wouldn't be anything for Chinese people to put together if we didn't. It wouldn't be anything, no need for cobalt if we didn't invent that. So we have paid our money and we have a phone and we're not responsible for how it's put together.
Yeah, I mean the whole hidden figures element, and we start talking about inventions. I mean, who knows what we created? Ladies and gentlemen, a couple spaces ago, I shared something with the X family that my grandfather, we called him Bubba. My grandfather Charles worked for a dressograph multigraph. Now he did not have an education, but he was working out equations in Birmingham, Alabama, a dressograph multigraph, doing really heavy shit back then. And a dressograph multigraph turned into IBM computers. So we don't know who the fuck created. We don't know. Let me bring this fucking point home. I started my college journey at Harvard University in Cambridge, Massachusetts, and it didn't last long. But in my dorm room at Elliott Hall, beautiful dorm room, I noticed that there was a small room. So basically, at Harvard, at the dorms, you have one big open suite for the dorm rooms and two rooms. So the open suite has a fireplace, leather couches. Just use your imagination. It's like that, oak, wood, beautiful. And you have two. You have one shower, one commode. I'm from Alabama, commode, one toilet, and you have two rooms that you can lock. So your roommate has a key. He can lock the. It's a bed in there and a port for a computer and a light. But I start to notice when I was dating a lot of girls at other dorms that all of them had a third room. It was a small room in every dorm suite that was small. It was tiny, about half or maybe even a third the size of the little area where we slept. And when I figured out that I didn't have enough money to stay there, I asked the last young lady I was dating, who was from a very wealthy family. I was like, "Why the hell is a third room in all these dorms?" And she's like, "Oh, you don't know?" I was like, "No." She said, "Well, that's from the help." I said, "What do you mean?" She said, "Back in the day, Harvard was founded in 1636, I think." She's like, in the 1700s, Harvard students would bring their slaves with them. And in that moment, instantaneously, it just dawned on me that a lot of these inventions, a lot of this quote unquote innovation from the Ivy League may not have come from the white students who went there. It may have came from their fucking help. Deal with it. You know what I'm saying? A
Well,
lot of. Go ahead.
no, I thought you were finished. Sorry.
No, I am. Go ahead.
Um, so I just wanted to point out how this works. They were saying that Granville T. Woods' impact played a role in the um, foundation for more complex communications that would evolve into what we know as telephones and mobile communication. Lewis Latimer, his work improved the telephone's functionality and allowed the development of better electrical components, which would become essential in mobile communication technologies of the future. We have a lot of these people that have created a lot of elements. Mar- I think her name is the one who made the home security system, Marie Van Britton Brown. Um, she has some of the things she did with the home security system has a lot to do with modern cell phones and video calling and security apps. Um, James West, his invention directly affected mobile phones and communication devices as it enabled smaller, high quality microphones that are the core feature of today's cell phones. Let's see. Moses McKissick, his impact was his work in telecommunications equipment influenced a broader communications network that supported the development of mobile technology. George Carruthers, uh, he has an impact on mobile communication and other wireless technologies. He worked on satellite systems and stuff. And the last one, there's a lot, but I'm not going to read them all. Um, this guy, Thomas L. Jennings, he's basically known for dry cleaning processes, but a lot of his techniques influenced the production of cell phones and other technological devices. He was just a general engineer, and a lot of these people made components that would later affect cell phones. Very powerful. And this is just a small list, just to let you see. We have a lot to do with tech, and we don't owe anyone for the telephone in case anybody ever says that, that they produce cobalt. You wouldn't need cobalt if you didn't have a phone, and all the Africans are on phones. So why do we have to be guilty about using a phone? Why would we be guilty? They're the ones enslaving people and not making good deals with these tech companies. They can pay they can pay actual adults to do the job, but they refuse to do that. They insist upon forcing children to do it, like they have been doing for thousands of years. That's their modus operandi. That's all they know. Exploiting people, snatching people out of their lives, holding them captive on pieces of land and in mines, and then telling us that we somehow owe them for their enslavement of people. No, 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 no. Not anymore. Go ahead.
I think that I know taxation was before me.
Um, who was the guy that spoke before you the first time, Professor? He was talking about what will happen when they get to the country, because I want to follow that person. I don't know who it was. A young man.
Give me more information. What will happen? What?
Well, he was saying, he brought up a very valid point, and you expounded on it. Let's not forget what this country is and who this country is, because
Hmm.
they just did it with those invasion people. Here's what they're doing right now. They brought those people over here. They let them invade the country. They opened up the borders, and they came over here and gave them everything they wanted to have: jobs, cars, money, places to live, everything. Everything. Security, everything. Everything. And I told everybody, I said, it's not going to last. When it gets cold, I said, they're going to put them out in the cold. And that's what they've done. They're closing all the shelters. They only have two or three more shelters, and they're in outlying areas here in New York. These people are roaming the streets now, and they're going to ratchet it up. Why? Because they have to get them on the streets where they can be seen to be round up. Peep
Oh,
game.
you mean when I was saying how basically like once they they don't have permanent plans for after they get what they want from them.
No, no, I was speaking about them getting everything they want, and then the American government coming in and saying, "Okay, well, we gave you all everything you want. Now here's what you got to do for us," because that's the way the game goes. That's just what it is. The only people that are not compliant in this country is us. We're the only people that have never been compliant in this country. Everybody else is going to fall down. They're going to lay down for them because they have no choice. I don't know if you all saw what was going on in Chicago. They're roaming the neighborhood in packs of 10s and 20, looking for places to break in because they're cold. Like this.
Hey, miss, no
Who
taxation.
was that?
Yeah,
Okay.
Sotar. Yeah, sorry. I just saw that. Me being a truck driver, I go to my truck yard. My truck yard's in Pullman. So like white people live on one side. Well, everybody lives on one side, and you got like the lesser neighborhoods, and all these like what would you call these houses? It was those Pullman, old Pullman houses. They're
Shotgun houses.
no, they're connected
Yeah.
together. Row
Okay, yeah,
houses.
bro.
Yeah, and they're going all through them. And I know because I like trap new to return some cats over there, so I'm feeding some of the cats and making sure they're okay. And I see them looking through all these going through these doors, checking everything out. Like everything you said was true. That's why I was just trying to bring
No,
it in.
no,
Sorry.
that's okay, because this is a real thing. And this is why I've been telling people, don't ever forget who this country is. Don't ever forget it. Don't think because they laid out the royal carpet for those people that they were going to treat them royally. And I don't care who they bring up in here to do any kind of work. They're going to be kind to them just enough for them to say, "Oh, I like it here," and sit down, and then bam, they're going to drop the hammer on them because that's the game. That's just the game.
It's no different than pimp. It's pimp game. That's
Yeah,
all it
it's
is.
exactly. You said it, Professor. There has to be a bottom class in this country. It has to be. This is a capitalist system, and that's just the way the game goes. Our job is to not let it be us.
And that's the issue that Vivek is having. That's the issue. Well, Professor was speaking on that. That's his issue. When Professor was literally saying how like we're the main focus, that's specifically why. Because they understand that if we're not on the bottom, one of these other groups got to be there.
And they look.
Somebody said that in Tariq's stage like maybe a couple weeks ago. It was like a Hispanic guy or something that he literally in all honesty he said, so if Black Americans aren't at the bottom, who is it going to be? And so that's really I'm glad the dude said that because that's the concern of a whole lot of groups is if it's not them, is it going to be me?
They've
Johnny,
been
that's
our
the guy.
gardeners
Johnny,
and taco. They have been
guy
our
you be
gardeners
smoking.
and taco engineers the whole time. Why do they think they're above us? Squatting out babies on the land is not going to move you up the. No. If that
Well,
was the case, Africans would be on top of everybody. They
you
squatted out
asked a
more
good
than anyone.
question, Wani. Why do they think they're on top of us? Because of propaganda. Because the propaganda machine tells them that we're at the bottom. Are we at the bottom? Fuck no. Black Americans are doing very well. I live in Atlanta, man. I'm so many Bentleys driving around here, and ain't everybody no fucking entertainer. We got like lawyers and business execs and accountants, and like we are doing well. But if you turn on the TV, you wouldn't know it. You know what I'm saying? Because that propaganda machine is so important to make the machine run. How else could you get an immigrant to run over here? Um, if there wasn't a already a predetermined uh, peasant class that immigrants are running over here in ignorance thinking, oh, the black Americans at the bottom, so just by me being here I'm gonna be above them, which is not necessarily the truth, but it's what they're being sold, is what's being portrayed in media. You think these fucking jokers, these rapper artists and stuff are selected for no reason? They're selected to portray a narrative. If y'all want to know more about this, I still have about 150 copies of my book from my college. I talk about this in depth and have diagrams to talk about it. um Go to our store publications. I put it in the jumbotron and put $25 in there and put your address and I'll send you a copy of it. I go in depth about this shit, how this is the and nothing's new. This is the new version or the revised version of the old royalist monarchy. Um, in the royalist monarchy, and who talked about this a little bit was Dr. Claude Anderson. In the old royalist monarchy, to be royal, you needed that bloodline. There was no way around it, right? You had the king, the queen, below them, the noble class. Who was protecting the noble class and the kings from their shit getting stole? The knights, which turned into police. So who was under the knights? The it's always written in reverse. It's serfs and peasants, but it's always written peasant serf. But the serfs were us. Most of us on this stage are serfs. We work for a living wage and trying to make ends meet. And below, you have the peasants. Now let's look at this from a historical standpoint. How do you get people like me to go to work, bust my ass, and barely make ends meet, barely pay all my bills, have a little bit to just, go party or whatnot? How do you get me to even wake up to do that? Well, you need a peasant class. I need to see somebody on the street struggling, living in a box. It's a whole lot of that in Atlanta. And what I'm not liking about Atlanta is damn near 90% of them that I've seen have been black. I don't like that. Well, anyway, those peasants, peasant class, I'm not calling anybody a peasant, I'm just talking about a class. That peasant class serves as a moral beacon. People don't want to hear this shit, but it's real. They serve as a moral beacon that says, get your ass to work or you're gonna be like that. It's motivational psychology 101, baby. And you juxtapose that to the new monarchical system, it turned from bloodline to skin color. It's still bloodline, European, right? Where in their new monarchy, they identified the Black American as the peasant class. We've never been. We have never, even in slavery, we own more motherfucking property back in the 1800s than we do now. We've never been peasants. But the propaganda needs to portray us as peasants to get people to kick in the door to be used. It's psychology. Go ahead on average.
Much appreciated. Yeah, I agree with everything that you're saying. As a lifelong Californian, um, I can tell you who's going to be at the bottom. It's going to be what did you call them, Wani? Taco engineers, uh, burrito architects, burrito architects, whatever. But it is going to be that's what it's going to be. It's inevitable because we are going to get reparations, you know. And if you don't believe that, then get the fuck out the movement and get out the way. Real talk, because I believe in my people. I believe in our greatness, and I know this battle will be won. The issue is how fast does it happen, and that's on us. I don't want it to be another generation after me that does it. But yeah, they will be that. It is going to be them. And the biggest reason why is how close they are to the country, right? So other countries, you have to have X amount of dollars to come over from where you're at. They have to like make a collection, or you just have to have that money there. So they call it a brain drain or whatever, but really it's just the people who have the money to get over here and they'll come over here. See, those cats, they could just come over here. They could be dirt ass poor a lot of times. Now they have to pay sometimes, if they want to get transported, through a coyote to get here. But some of them like just get on their own, they just walk over, right? And so what that brings over are people who aren't very skilled. It's not a quote unquote brain drain or whatever. And I work with these cats, live with them, all of that. Like when I hear people say, especially California is really irritated by the black California. Oh, they work hard. No, they don't. Customer service gone down the drain, craftsmanship down the drain. Things have been worse as far as just, the industries that they've been in. They have not improved those industries. They've been cheaper labor, yeah, but quality did not go up. You know what I'm saying? Quality did not go up at all. And that's the thing that we all look at. So they come over to get used, and when we get our reparations, they are going to be that. It's going to be other people too that get knocked down as well, along with them. But it is going to be, Latino Americans, Mexican Americans, specifically because of proximity. When they come over here, they get to send everybody. That's why they're a lot of them be in the criminal game because they can come over so easily. But also too, Professor, you're talking about in that factory, the iPhones over in China when they make them. I mean, their days are long. They sleep there and they barely get, a decent rest, a decent break, and they jump out the window. So much so that they had to put a net. They have nets there now to catch the
Facts.
people when they die or when they try to kill themselves, so they won't die. And the net, of course, ain't because they give a fuck about the workers. It's so that the workers can eventually get their ass back to work, and I ain't got to go hire somebody new. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead, jump out the window. Your land will fix you up a little bit. You need a day off. Jump out the goddamn window. Your ass ain't gonna die on me though. Them Chinese, them, them Chinese factory runners is like Ike Turner in the movie What's Love Got to Do with It when Tina took that try to commit suicide. Like you die on me, bitch, I kill you. You know, like they gangster with it. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, it's it's like you said, it's a propaganda machine. And when we have people like Candace Owens who participate, who say, "Oh, I'm Black American," we're like, "Nah, you Caribbean," and then say, "Well, Nicki Minaj and Cardi B, you give Caribbeans a pass. You're a Caribbean. I don't give a fuck who your parent or the parent is. You are a Caribbean. Period. Dot. And that's who you give a pass to. So this is about attacking us and being a tool for that. You're a tether, straight up. You're a tether, and this is what they do, And they're big, Vivek Ramasalami, whatever. His ass is doing the same shit. It meant to attack us, and now they're getting so arrogant because they're arrogant that they're talking shit about white folks too. And when that white mob get a hold of you and they decide to attack you
Uh
and all of
oh.
that, and ain't nobody gonna stick up for you because you done pissed off black people. What you gonna do? Claim racism all of a sudden again? You ain't got that coming no more. Ain't nobody gonna stick up for you. We gonna let the rabid wolves and dogs rip you to shreds, and we gonna clap while they do it. While curry sauce is just going every goddamn where, and you screaming and shit, we gonna clap. It's gonna be stank and funk just everywhere, and we're gonna sit there and clap your ass on. We gonna go to the other Indians and say, "You next." because all of this whole thinking that you're gonna talk shit about us, what they're not playing, what they're not ready for is when it turns on them, when the white mob turns on them, you are now unprotected. Nobody's gonna stand up. You're gonna get it the way you were supposed to get it, and you're gonna realize that those people who built that thing, that bridge for you to come over and made it safe and made oppression palatable, now they ain't gonna stand up. Ain't gonna be no apparatus to protect you, stand up for you. And if anything, we're gonna give him the address and tell him, there you go, get his ass. No, 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 we ain't gonna say nothing. Promise. We ain't gonna say shit. He right over there. Get his ass. Get him. And I love that energy. That's why I'm not worried so much about them. I'm worried more about us. What are we gonna do? Because first of all, we have to have the belief in ourselves, but then we have to follow through and get there. And the time is now. These jobs are there. This industry is there. And the landmark plane is this: the fact that so many of us in these industries are being frozen out, there's a silver lining in that. What we have to do is build something so that all these great black minds can be together and surpass every other place that tried to freeze them out. And I land my plane.
I think that's the point exactly. The point is, maybe for those of you who believe in a higher power, God, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the creator, or whatever you want to call the energy, is pushing us in a corner to where we start helping each other. Because truth be told, we've been kind of fractured. Foundational Black Americans, we're not together like we used to be. I don't even remember. I can remember. I'm an '80s baby. I remember glimpses of it when I visit my grandmother in DC. There were blocks, used to be, not anymore, in Southeast DC and Northeast, Northwest near Howard. There were blocks with the soul food restaurant, the black lawyer, the black dentist, the black doctor. They were all together, and they all, worked together like that. And in Birmingham, my hometown, we would have little black um, districts and whatnot. I went to Birmingham yesterday, in Fourth Avenue district. It's the white businesses there. That kind of broke my heart. But my point is, before I get in a long diatribe, is maybe that's the creator saying, "Hey, y'all, you're a family. Y'all need to get y'all ass back together." Maybe it's a whooping, you know.
Now, do you know why the businesses left? Is it because of the mom and pop store disappearing, or is it because out here our neighborhoods got shattered by immigration? Do you know why those businesses changed?
No, I don't want to. I could guess though. I don't think it's immigration because one thing about Birmingham is so one word for a phrase for Birmingham's good old boy network is run by white people. If I had to guess, I would think property taxes. You know what I'm
And the
saying?
places that they are now used to be black.
Oh yeah, look up
And
Fourth
then
Avenue.
before that, they were what?
No, they've all. Well, I'm tempted to say they were always black. It's an area in Birmingham called Fourth Avenue District on Fourth Avenue
Hmm.
because blacks were forced. Hell, I used to grow up get my hair cut. You were forced. That was like the racism was so stark in Birmingham and Alabama, but Birmingham in particular, that blacks were forced to operate in a certain area of town. Like my church, 16th Street Baptist Church, the one that got blown up with the four little girls. That's where I got baptized.
Yes.
That's near Fourth Avenue. So basically, we had to go to church, eat, get our hair cut, go see the lawyer, go get our teeth fixed. Um, Even the Mason Hall, the Black Masons, all that was in one little area. But
Okay.
yeah.
What's the earliest that you remember it being black?
Shit,
Maybe the
maybe.
1800s after the Civil War?
Oh, I don't know. I haven't done any scholarship on that.
Let me look it
Surprisingly
up.
enough, yeah.
I'm going to look it up real quick. Now, I put a thing in the Jumbotron about caste systems, and this is like a global caste system. It's not like the caste system here with us being on the bottom. We're not on the bottom. We're what's called a wild card.
Mm.
We remain a wild card. Um, and these other people, they can't import their caste system beliefs over here. They come over here. There's no way that these people running across the border are above us unless you have the low self esteem Negro problem, which we have in a certain state I don't want to mention, where they call us regular black and they lift these people up. It's like, what? Why are you lifting them up? They just ran across the border. I don't know why they do that, but they do. But it's just They can't even speak English. They can't speak Spanish, first of all, and then they
Hmm.
try to speak English, and it's very difficult. So, um, they're not above us in any way, shape, or form. They don't shape culture at all. They're just there. They are just a part of the population.
Yeah, they never have been. But what my point I'm trying to drive home is the system propagandizes them into thinking that. Let me give you a good example of
Yes.
a successful system propagandization. If you could look back to the 1800s, the Chinese were considered really like less than us post emancipation. The Chinese were, as one scholar put it, the Chinese. I'm gonna mess it up. The Chinese weren't allowed. The only way you could be allowed into a restaurant is if you were. I'm gonna mess up the
Is
cliche.
this the Chinese Exclusion Act or the Yellow Peril?
Well, both. My point is, Chinese had a lower status than Black Americans after we were during Reconstruction, but the propaganda machine eventually over time gave Chinese a higher social capital than blacks. It took time, but
You
and
mean after Frederick Douglass protected them and fought against the Yellow Peril and the
yep.
Chinese Exclusion Act, and then said that Asian people should be able to immigrate over here? Yeah, after all that civil rights work we did for Asian people, yeah,
Yes,
they
we
got a
need to
better
stop that.
status.
Yeah, well,
Yes,
we
we
can
do.
we can be our worst. I'm glad Wani brought that up. We can be our worst enemy sometimes. You know what I'm saying? Like to Frederick Douglass's um support, he didn't know he was kind of a pioneer, but now we know. Stop it. Help a foundational Black American child. Stop trying to help people. What the fuck you look like? Why? If I see one more philanthropist group of foundational Black Americans in Atlanta trying to help immigrants, I'm gonna fucking vomit. You got foundational Black Americans on the street in this cold. Some of them are veterans, for Christ's sake. Like, well, how hard is it to help yourself before you help somebody else? It's called common goddamn sense. No taxation. What's on your mind?
It's more glamorous to help these people. There's
That's what I
something.
know, and it's disgusting.
Look, I did it myself. I never even helped our group. I helped nearly everybody on the planet but us. I was like, oh, we have it covered. There's nothing wrong with us. What?
Yeah.
What was I thinking?
Propaganda. You telling the honesty. Glamour. It's I help the children in Africa. Glamour.
Let me come up with a bag. I ain't helping nobody except us. We gotta lose. We gotta lose.
Who is that talking?
Oh, it's me.
So
John
sorry.
Horst.
Who is it?
Oh, I thought it was John.
Oh,
Yeah.
who?
I thought that was John Horst, but John, no taxation was up.
Okay, go ahead.
No, because
oh,
I want to
oh,
follow
that's who
him
you want.
because I
That's who you
think that's
wanted.
the same guy that was saying it. I wanted to know who he was because I want to. Is that the Chucky doll?
Yeah, John Horst.
Yes,
Okay,
follow the Chucky doll.
okay, let me go this.
John Horst, why are you a
Yeah,
Chucky doll?
yeah, because
I
that's the
didn't
voice. I
realize.
heard the voice. That yeah. And then I want to hear what he got to say. No, let me hear what you got to say first, John. Go ahead.
Go ahead, John.
I was just gonna say, man, you gotta look. We have to, and I know it's hard because it's a part of our culture, bro, to have humanity. It always has been because of what we've been through. But I think God is kind of trying to show us that we need to. Maybe it's just me. I'm just speaking on behalf of myself. I believe in we should lose our humanity for those who don't show us humanity and have humanity for each other. Show
Well,
each other humanity.
well,
Lead.
Absolutely.
Well,
here it is.
let
Here it is. This is the lie of that fucking black church. And I'm shit. I got baptized 16th Street. I believe in God. I don't even believe in God. I know it's a God. So don't let's not go there. Don't ask me how I know. But anyway, the creator created the universe. This is his universe, right? So anybody who's ever studied, you know what class that needs to be mandatory at every high school? Physics. That's the most practical. They make that shit out like it's so advanced and you gotta be nah, that's more practical than English. Well, in physics, in Newtonian physics, I think Newtonian second, I think his second law. For every action, there's an opposite reaction. right? So if you take a nail and a hammer and you put the nail in the wall and you hit the back of the nail, do y'all know for a split second when you smack that nail smacks the hammer back? Did y'all know that? That's the law of nature. So how that applies to what you talking about, John? Um, if somebody's fucking with you, it's a law of nature for you to fuck with them. We've been propaganda people. I have a master's degree in educational psychology, so and I'm not calling my people stupid. I'm not, because I thought I was so smart before I went back to grad school, and I couldn't see it. I couldn't see the game. I couldn't see. I saw it after I took my psych courses, but the game I'm talking about, ladies and gentlemen, is the English perfected a psychological warfare technique on the Indians, believe it or not, that made them think that common sense was unethical. So, according to the late great Dick Gregory claimed that, and I believe him, that Gandhi was MI6. MI6 is the that James Bond shit, the British Navy SEAL stuff. Um, Dick Gregory, I'm paraphrasing him, said that Gandhi was basically um, pre-selected as a child. He was a racist. Gandhi was a brown racist, and Gandhi was filled with an ideology. Ideology can be a weapon. The ideology was nonviolence. Why was Gandhi filled with nonviolence? Keep in mind that Gandhi went to Cambridge Law School, you know what I'm saying, and that English ass law school. Well, Gandhi was raised up under nonviolence, with, according to Dick Gregory, with the intent of sending him back to India and starting a nonviolent movement. Why? Well, the British needed India to slang they dope. I think it's the East India Company. Um, I think that if we want scholarship
Yes,
on
it
it.
is.
Well, they use him as a spearhead to serve an example for the Indian people to not fight the British, to make it look like he was hired, according to Dick Gregory, to make it look like a virtue to let somebody beat the shit out of you. You know, I have the higher ground. Well, according to God's universe, that's called foolish. Go on the plains of the Sierra and slap the shit out of a tiger. I'm not a tiger, a lion. Go up to a lion and just slap the fuck out of him and watch what happens to you. That's the universe. That motherfucker is going to eat you. Because that's the universe. That's how you. For every action, there's an opposite or equal reaction. Gandhi spread a fucking fallacy to them people. For every action, there's a moral reaction. No, but it worked. It worked. You had millions of Indians saying, "Don't fight the British. Kill them with kindness." So why did the British enact that philosophy on India? Because, like we learned today in this lecture, India has a fuckload of people, always have. And no matter how many guns the British had, they could not outnumber the Indians. So they needed to come up with a psychological warfare tactic to keep the Indians from saying, okay, well, 5% of us are going to get shot and all of y'all going to die because we're going to trample your goddamn ass. That's called common sense. Well, there's some scholarship to show, to insinuate that when Dr. Martin Luther King was getting his PhD at Boston University, um, somebody came to him and told him about the nonviolence. You see how weaponry work, how psychological warfare works? It's like a virus. And what did Dr. King do? Which he ended up regretting. Have I led my people into a burning house? He regretted this. He spreaded that nonviolence mantra on us. Now, am I a violent person? Nah, I'm not at all. But I have common goddamn sense. If somebody's hurting my mama or my family, shit. Hey,
Yeah,
let's get to it.
what do they say? Self preservation. That's just what every organism has. I remember even watching on National Geographic. I remember seeing speaking of lions. I remember seeing a pack of lions, a pride of lions, attack a baby water buffalo. Literally, they went and they killed the baby water buffalo. They ripped it apart, and then the herd of buffalo. They were just standing around, you know, trying to figure out what was going on, and everything like that. And then next thing you know, in this herd of buffalo, you had two buffalo that kind of just went off in the cut, and they made a bypass of the lionesses. They didn't even go attack the lionesses. Did you know what they did?
They got the lion's ass.
They got the cubs.
Oh shit.
They trampled the cubs.
Hell yeah.
for killing their calf.
For every action.
Animals understand this.
It's common goddamn sense. The English with their evil fucking, oh man, psychology, ladies and gentlemen, they we gotta study history. Psych-
Now,
Go ahead, one.
I have some pushback because did you say slap a lion? You said slap a lion, right?
Yeah, I'm saying go
And
to
this
go.
woman, this woman jumped into the lion cage and was bothering. It was a black woman, believe it or not.
Oh boy.
The only time in recorded history when somebody of African descent was acting crazy at the zoo. Anyway, it's usually 99.999%. It's always some other people we don't need to talk about. She jumped in the cage and was messing with the lion, and the lion looked at her like, oh, hell no. That was the funniest expression. He was like, what? You're not getting me tripped up. This is entrapment. He would not touch he would not touch that woman. He was like, nope, you can slap me, you can do I'm not getting in trouble with this zookeeper, having him put me to sleep playing with your crazy butt. She was crazy.
Well, I got pushed back on that too. That lion was classically and operantly conditioned under a European system. That was awkward and unnatural. Like Chris Rock said before he lost his mind. He said, "Remember those of you old enough to remember this? Remember when the was Siegfried and Roy, the white dudes that used to train the tiger, and one of the tigers ate him, and they said, "Oh, the tiger went crazy." Chris Rock said, "That tiger didn't go crazy." He said, "That tiger went tiger. Tiger's supposed to." He said that.
Yo, Siegfried and Roy, I forget which one. He didn't. The tiger didn't eat him. He was about to fall off the stage, and you know how like tigers, or like you can grab any cat by their big skin in the back.
Uh huh.
That's what it was thinking. Siegfried, I think it's Sieg, whichever one. That
Hmm.
was the first ever opioid issue.
The
What
first
happened?
what?
So the opioid addiction that was really popular,
Oh wow.
like the
Oh,
first.
he had to take that because of the injuries.
Yeah, he had all the injuries, and so the cat, like cats, have been domesticated for a long time. Like as far as big cats like that, mostly cheetahs, but they're kind of weird. So he was about to fall off the stage, and so the cat was trying to bring him back. That's why they didn't kill those cats.
Oh, I heard. I've kind of heard something like that, but I was just talking about the joke. Yeah,
Well, we
but
were
yeah,
just joshing with you.
that's a good point. I do remember hearing some shit like that 20 years ago. Like the cat wasn't trying to kill him; it was actually trying to help him. It just wasn't aware of its strength. But yeah, that cat that didn't kill that black lady was domesticated, and that cat knew, oh shit, if I touch her, they gonna. Animals got plenty of sense. And then Paul Mooney, Paul Mooney, crazy ass man, he rest in peace. I love that motherfucker. Y'all know Paul Mooney used to work with animals. He was a zookeeper or some shit. And Paul Mooney said that he used to declare that at the zoo animals treat black folk differently. He said if zoo animals will see black folk and get all excited and shit and be like, he said it's like they gonna think they about to go home. Oh, thank God he's here. Go ahead, Savannah.
Oh wow, that's funny you said that because I hate zoos for the simple fact I always feel like I want to free them. Um, they look so sad, especially the penguins and the monkeys. Um, but wow, okay. Sorry. So to answer the room, did Vivek and label? Yeah. I mean, everybody said everything. I think one part I wanted to add to that was the dog whistles that he blew when he mentioned the quote unquote test, when he was referring to um, how immigrants have to take quote unquote citizenship test and whatnot. And he didn't
Jeez.
like, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm agreeing with you. I said, "Geez."
And how
Yeah, go ahead.
he didn't like the fact that as his parents had to quote unquote learn all this, and now the average American was able to vote and they didn't know the three branches of government, which, I mean, I mean, quite honestly, they purposely don't go in depth about the three branches of government, in my opinion. But that's another topic for another day. Um, but I figured right then and there he was trying to bring back the quote unquote test that they gave our grandparents. Um, the like how many circles are in this square, you know? Um,
Wow. Yeah.
and so for me, I thought it was really upsetting to hear that, and no one else. Well, I mean, other people got upset. Other white Americans I saw get upset, but the quote unquote, and obviously liberals got upset because he was a Republican, but they weren't upset for the simple fact that he just wanted. He was sounding like um, he sounded like another like quote unquote plant, right? If you watch the Republican debates and you take a snapshot of what he said and you put it side by side by what Obama said in his debates and what he said in his speeches, it's almost identical. And I thought that was really interesting. So it's like, who's paying? Like, everybody's like in the same club, obviously. Um, and so just like different puzzle pieces that I picked up along the way when it came to Vivek. Um, and then, does India have a smarter culture? No, I don't. I don't agree. No, I went to school with these cats. They get pissy drunk on a Tuesday just because they cheat, and they have this like idea that they're just like white people. And honestly, I think it's funny because they'll use the whole quote unquote POC narrative to like justify like talking about white people. But yet they'll be the first ones to quote unquote to try to date white people if they don't marry their own. Because they have a big thing about that, especially when it comes to like the weddings. Um, they have a really big thing about that. And so if 9 times out of 10, if they hear you're marrying a white guy, it's not really that, yeah, it's not really looked at as like a good thing in their culture. And also too, just they don't value hygiene. um I get sick. I get like super sick when I'm standing next to one of them, and it's to the point where like at my job I had to mention it to my manager because no one else, I guess everyone else could kind of just like let it go, but I, like, it's a blessing and a curse, but like I literally smell everything. um and I don't know if that's a psychological warfare tactic, but it's working. It yeah,
I,
sorry, but, but yeah, that's
I think I think it's it's just a what am I trying to say? Like it's
Hot
diet.
salami.
yeah. And then I don't know if y'all saw the movie Slumdog Millionaire. That's a real thing there. Like a lot of kids
Mm-hmm.
living out in the streets. Sorry, go
Yep.
ahead.
And they do drugs. They go around trying to snort different things. Like they
Yeah, they're
don't
the new
have
drug
drugs.
dealers. They're the new drug dealers too. Sorry,
No,
meant to
that's
mention
okay.
that.
No, they actually didn't even have drugs. They were sniffing anything, any kind of thing that would get them high. Any like spray paints, dyes. We discussed their just glues, anything that they could get. So I posted in the jumbotron the lady that was trying to set that lion up, and he was looking around like, "Will somebody come in here and get this fool?" He literally looked around like, "Where,
Hold
like,
on, I'm about to see
where's the
this.
zookeeper in here? I need to speak to customer service."
You said you put in a jumbotron warning.
Yep.
I don't see it.
Oh, it might have a delay.
I want to see that.
I think it's all in the comments.
Okay.
I think dogs can. I feel like animals and dogs and whatnot can tell that I'm allergic to them, because like I try my best to be like, stay away from me, but then they be so quick to be like, nah, I want to get to
Oh,
know
that's
you.
when they really like you. They want to rub on you and make sure all the fur gets on.
Mhm.
Oh, that Wani. That's hilarious. That lion looking like I ain't fucking
That
with you.
lion was, he looked like call customer service. Yeah. I don't like my situation here with this woman. She's jacking me
I
up.
don't. I don't trust this lady. Miss Stacy, did you get a chance to speak?
Not yet, just waiting. I'm patient.
Okay, let's go to True News and then True You News and then we'll go to Miss Stacy.
What
Go ahead,
happened
True
to the
News.
black?
Did he? Oh,
His
oh,
hand's still up.
I'm back. Yeah, I can wait. I ain't got no
I didn't
problem
even
Okay.
see your
waiting.
hand, the black.
Yeah, I know. This app is weird.
Go ahead, the black. Okay, the new order. The black, True New, and then Miss Stacy. Go ahead, black.
Uh, okay. I was gonna tell you about these people do stink because I used to work at Metro with one of the little Indian people and like they like spicy food and they smell spicy. I'm gonna put it like that. You know what I'm saying? And when they go pray, they got to go poop too after they pray, and that was always strange to me. But what I was gonna say, what what Mikhail and No Taxation said earlier, and when you kind of put it together, you know what I'm saying, and weave out our little bits and pieces. This this is a game that they've been playing since they came over here. This is just a new version of colonism, except they ain't as tough as their ancestors. They doing it all wrong. They ain't conniving as they was in the past. And it's funny because it's like they trying to use the same old cliches and old tactics, but since we in a new type of world and people are more connected, it's kind of hard to do that and divide people. So you can only use like certain little small things like religion, which this it really don't have a stronghold on the West like it used to, like it still do over there in them countries. Because if you ain't the same religion, you you might not live the next day. You know what I'm saying? You got to go hide, and that's why they continue to fraction off into different divisions every 5, 10 years because they're easily manipulated more than we are. So I I somewhat understand the aspect of them coming over here, but at the end of the day, was they toward their own country.
Black, you kind of breaking up a little bit, unless it's just me. Is he breaking up y'all? Or is my thing tripping?
I don't hear anything.
Okay, you breaking black. You breaking up, bro. Black, can you hear me?
It sounds like he got a call, maybe.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
While we wait on black, go ahead, True New.
Peace. How y'all doing this evening? Thank you, Professor, again for another space. Wani and Nikki, and peace to everybody in the room. Um, Last space I spoke, I had talked about a book about this man named John L. Bolin, Dr. John L. Bolin, called The Heart of Soul. Uh, and it kind of just, everything that everybody was saying, it kind of like is reminiscent of that. Last time I had talked about what he said that a lot of the trauma and the things that black people that we go through can be described as black holes, like these black holes. But what I didn't say was that in the context of that, it he talks about there's being these two things of a life track, like that everything in the world, everything, all this timeline that we see, and everything fills into this thing called the life track, and um, everybody has their individual lifestyles within that life track. It's like a mandala. Everybody is a different color or a different shape that makes up the mandala. The true black hole is the core of that mandala, and when all of the parts of you, your history, the things you went through, your mother, your father, your ancestors, your story is correctly calibrated, then you have that uh, successfully flowing mandala in that circular motion. What we are experiencing is the scatteredness of that mandala, so that those black holes show up in between those moments or those things that we see. Um, so even with this thing called America. In the book, he has this concept called the ethno screening template. And like I said, he's a psychiatrist, so it's basically a schema. But I liken it to, if you ever watch Tyler Perry's work. Um, in order to really enjoy Tyler Perry's work, you know that that is Tyler Perry, but you have to almost mentally excuse that fact and accept him as this character called Medea in order to enjoy the film. So that's kind of like how this ethno screening template works. He calls it, he says it's a program representational system of America that has black inferiority to white superiority, and everything that you see and everything that you touch and everything that you go in is programmed with that in mind. And even like football, like some of the logos you see, some of the totems, most of the black cities are mythical creatures or animals. Detroit Lions, Chicago Bears. But in these white cities, they have these more inspirational names: the Giants, the Steelers. You know what I'm saying? The so so yeah. So a lot of these immigrants come over here, and they get programmed with this mindset because it's kind of like how you have to deal with America. And what we're saying is saying like you have to acknowledge what we've gone through. We're trying to piece together back our mandala, and that doesn't necessarily, it involves having to comb through all of the things that we've done ancestrally through our mothers, our fathers, our grandmothers, grandfathers, everything they've done and everything we plan to do for our children looking forward. So it is like, again, I always say it's a healing process that must be respected, and reparations is a part of that. And just everybody thinks that they're benefiting because, like Dr. Claude Anderson says, the permanent underclass, everybody's benefiting from, our detriment. But like he also says, we had something. Before integration, we had something. It wasn't everything, but we had something. We had places. So I'll land with that.
We were better off, and that's hard to say, but it's true. Because we had each other, we were forced in a position where we needed each other. We had to deal with each other, and that's kind of what I was saying earlier. Is maybe um, we're being put in a position where we're being forced to have each other again. That's the only thing I can see. I'm trying to be. I've had such a fucking god awful 2024 that I'm trying to look on the bright. Now that it's almost over with, I'm trying to look on the bright side. And maybe
Like,
that's
I'm
what
sorry.
it
Can
is.
I say something real quick, Professor?
Of course, go
You
ahead.
had you had also mentioned Ivy League schools. I got this book. It's about the skull and crossbones. And in this book, I had read that these people really create, like, used to haze as culture, like, even down to the why all of the Ivy League schools were set up. I think yeah, or Harvard may have came out of Yale, and then Brown came out of Harvard, all after a disagreement. Like one disagreement, it would change, and there'd be all these European white young people who would be smart, but they would get tortured by these Southern European or I mean Northern white American um, youths whose mothers and fathers were slavers from way back when, but they were basically idiots, and they would haze these younger people, and that's how they would get their grade, and that's how they would get their class, and that's how they would get their position based off the hazing and based off of that. So it was almost like culture. It was almost like they had to do it. So I thought that was interesting too. I just wanted to add that.
Yeah, it's all related, and it's man. What's that song? I wish I knew what I. Well, I wish I knew what I knew now when I was younger. Yeah, I used to got caught up in all that shit. Actually made it to an Ivy League college for a little while, but what I figured out at the Ivy League is that's really not for us. It's not. information don't change. It don't matter where you go to school. It's all the same information. It's all about your intention. What do you intend to do? What do you intend? You know, what do you intend to do with that information? But yeah, the Ivy League, from my experience at Harvard, it's all about networks, who you know, what your parents do. You have access to world class information. I don't regret going. I met and dated some of the most beautiful women in the world. Had amazing drinks. I had a party at Harvard. Let me tell y'all what Harvard is. Me, my I had a friend. We're still friends. He lives in Amsterdam. His dad owned 51% of Heineken beer. 51%. We threw a party, and with an Italian whose dad was a sex change doctor. That's Harvard. And at this party, they wanted a luge. I didn't know what the fuck a luge was. They went and got a duck. They had somebody carve like a swan out of ice. The swan, I'm 6'2" and a half, 245 pounds. Back then I was 6'2", 200 pounds. Well, anyway, the swan was bigger than me. And basically they had somebody, where do you find somebody to carve a swan? It was thousands of dollars. They carved a swan. The swan had a hole in his mouth that went all the way to his butt. Well, anyway, at the party in a mansion, we had the girls get by the swan's butt and open their mouth, and we would pour liquor in the swan's mouth, and they would get drunk drinking out of his bottom. That's Harvard. That's the type of stuff. It's whole new levels. Is it necessary? Not really. I think it's time out. What I'm trying to say with this rambling is we are at a time now where it's time out for being for all that balling type shit in the black neighborhood. Look at me, look at where I went, look at what I do. I see it in the professions. I'm a this, I'm a that, I'm a professor, I'm an attorney, I'm a physician. It's time out for that. We need to start looking at the new generation because they lost, and and trying to mentor them to create the reality that we want. Because unfortunately a lot of us aren't really having I don't think well, maybe in the professional world, I don't think we're really having kids like that. So let's go ahead and Miss Stacy.
Hey, everybody.
Hey, Stacy.
So, I just kind of want to, I don't really, I work a lot. I work two jobs. I don't really watch the news. I didn't really, but I just saw the space and I thought, oh, my folks are in here. Let me come in, see what everybody's talking about, learn something, because I always learn something from you guys. And then, and if I hear anything, it might be something I want to speak on. But I know you guys are like talking about like the Indians and everything, and there's a few things I want to kind of just throw out real quick that's kind of on my mind. First thing, I know you guys are talking about like the schools and like how well, let me just say this. One of the things my mother always said. Now I'm in California, California girl, born and raised my whole life from LA initially. I'm up here in Northern California, which I see the Indians. There is so many of them up here. My neighborhood is a lot of them that have moved over into this neighborhood. Just recently, I went to the UPS store. I was going to mail my son something, and I was the one that I went to. They literally, their whole family just bought it. Because I was like, oh, they changed. This looks different in here. They done remodeled. And I looked and it's a whole family of them that just bought this UPS store in that neighborhood. And they just bought it. I said, when did you guys get over here? And they or get the place? So you guys just bought this place? And it was like, yeah, November. So they just got it last month.
Wow.
Um Right. And like a lot of the schools for years they've been coming out here. They've been moving here into Sacramento and they just keep coming. I mean, they just keep coming, keep coming. I even went to, and then someone mentioned the Slumdog Millionaire. I used to work with a guy who was from India and told me, he said, have you ever seen that movie Slumdog Millionaire? And I'm like, no. He goes, you should watch it. He goes, that's really how it is out there. He goes, that's why I never want kids. I was a bad kid and I used to do, some of the stuff them kids were doing. He goes, I used to do some of that stuff. And I was like, are you serious? And I don't know exactly how he in he got here, but I know when he first got here, I know he was married to some black lady. He had married a black lady. She a lot of people have said, "Oh yeah, I've seen his wife. She's kind of homely looking." He ended up leaving her for another black girl that worked with us at the company, and then she left her dude for him. And then the last time I saw, I noticed that he had actually gotten married to. He didn't marry her; they just were messing around, and then he ended up with I guess married to a Chinese girl or whatever, and they got a kid now. But anyways, just the fact that he told me that. So I always believe when I saw that movie, I said, okay, I'm gonna watch it. And when I watched it, I was like, oh my God. So every time I'm in some of these spaces and or when we're listening to Tariq and when he has his space on and they want to come in and they talking all this mess. And I'm like, oh my gosh, you guys are one to talk. Like, shut up. How dare you? I just don't understand it. But the other thing I mentioned about because when I first talked about like what I wanted to say in the beginning, my mother believes that my mother will tell you today that we should have stayed segregated. She didn't like the fact that the schools became integrated. She's from Texas, and I she always talks about how when my grandmother and grandfather moved to California first, and then they sent for her when she was like I think 7, and she said that when she got to school in California, she's like them kids didn't know nothing. I had to help the teachers teach the kids. She talked about how the schools were stricter. She was at an all black school. She came out here with stuff being integrated. I mean, and even then, my mom was born in 51, so she came out here I think in 59. um yeah, 59, 60, something like that. And she had went to schools where she said them kids didn't really like she had already learned a lot of stuff that the kids didn't know yet. So uh, some in some points I agree because I always think when we teach each other, we're focused on what we get to teach, what we want to teach, and we're focused on education. She said that once they integrated the schools, I mean, I got bussed out to, I lived in Inglewood, got bussed out to Canoga Park. So them teachers, they don't care. Thank God I took pride in learning. But other kids, a lot of times, they don't care. They'll just pass you through, and they don't really want. They don't care if the little black kids are grasping the information or not. So and then when you go to the schools, they teach you what they want you to learn. So you learn their education. We don't get to learn our true history. And I don't want anyone to take this the wrong way. But I don't know if you guys remember the song in the 90s. It was a Heavy D song. I think it was like "What's Wrong with Our Future" or something like that. I can't remember, but he had a line in there, and it's something that always stuck with me because he talks about black people and because and I'm saying this because someone mentioned earlier about us, how the universe, and I believe that too. And that's always been in the back of my head. Like I said, you know what? We are the ones who get crapped on the most. But I feel like in my bones, in my soul, in my God, I just feel like we're going to rise. We are going to rise one day. And people are gonna get a rude awakening when they realize all the stuff they've been doing to us. And the universe is when it plays out and it cleans itself up, we're gonna be put back in our rightful spot. And so when you said that you feel like we are coming together for a reason, or we're being forced, like it's almost like we're being forced into a corner where we don't have no choice but to come out swinging, and people gonna have to back up. We gonna get what we rightly deserve. But there is a verse in one of them songs where he said, picking cotton was bad, but we picked it together. Now, of course, I don't like, nobody likes the whole picking cotton thing, but I understood the point he was making about that was like, we had a common enemy. And segregation took that away from us. I mean, integration took that away from us because it has started allowing, some of those people be like, okay, well, come, we're your friends. We're going to give you some stuff. But it came at a cost. And look at and the cost was division. And now we're fighting to put us back together again. And we just got to keep at it. And I've been talking to my sister, my baby sister, a lot about a lot of this stuff, and I was and teaching her and where our folks come from. And I told her, I said, look, a lot of people think, try to say, oh, we're not going to get reparations. I said, but the same thing. And I got this listening to Tariq's face and just how he said, because I used to think the same thing. I was in the back of my mind, I was like, I want reparations. I want it. But people keep making us feel like, we ain't going to get it. So what's the point? But when he said people thought we wasn't going to, slavery was never going to end. And now look, I told my sister, I said, it just takes a long, hard fight. But if we keep at it, we going to get it because they thought we wasn't going slavery was never going to end. They thought we weren't going to get civil rights. I said all the stuff that we've forced to make happen has happened, and we going to get it. And I'm going to keep fighting. And let me see, did I have any other points? I think that's kind of it for now. But I just wanted to,
Thank you. That was good.
Love it.
That's an interesting line. Very interesting line. Um, I just had some breaking news.
Uh-oh, come on, one.
Elon is deactivating and messing with people's accounts that went in on all those Indians. They can't find their account or the subscriptions are gone. They took their star away. Laura Loomer went in. She's got 1.4 million followers. She went in on them today. Real hard. Real hard. And her whole account is like, I don't know, they're just messing with her account. And they just canceled the one guy. I think he had 75,000 likes under Elon's thing, and he just basically said, "Hey, I'm white, and I know some white men that can't even do the job that they went to college to do. They have to take some, job that," and he didn't like it. And all those people said, "Yeah, me too." That was a me too moment. He didn't like it. He thought he was just going to say we were lazy and all that other stuff. And they really got their butts handed to them. They had to attack these people's accounts. That's really crazy. But I want to say one thing real quick. Our neighborhoods were shattered by immigration, we know, and the redlining, jobs leaving the area, people just moving because the jobs that they were expected to have disappeared. But that whole thing is a trend. It hurts us first, and it usually hurts us worse, first and worse. But it is a trend. The neighborhoods, white people's neighborhoods, got the same problem. They're moving away from immigration, same as me, and they're forced to move to other states to go to school or work or something. Their families are scattered as well. So it's an ugly trend that I wish we could find a cure for it to get neighborhoods back.
Yeah, yeah. I'm looking for a cure. Um, I think reparations is our best bet. We need institutions. We need kind of like a. We need And ladies and gentlemen, I'm a social scientist. Those of you who don't know what I actually what I do, what I'm a professor of. Social science is my forte. I study people, social events, educational psychology, the psychology about people. And at this point, oh my God, culture's so damaged. I spent time with family yesterday. I haven't been around my family in a long time. And I realized how many people um, have gotten divorced, and just the culture of America is just it's been poisoned to such an extent that I think foundational Black Americans, we need an like an Indian reservation. We need an area. Let's just say let's dream with me, walk with me. Let's dream for a minute. Let's say we had a the government gave us a 40 miles square, piece of land in Alabama, not far from Mobile, on the coastline where we could fish for our own food. We had jurisdiction over that land, jurisdiction over the land and the sea. Let's say 20 miles inland. So nobody could come in our area, in our water. We set up courthouses with our own jurisprudence, our own law. Y'all know the Native Americans have their own law system, right? Um, Set up courthouses. We set up our own police department, set up our own schools, set up a little mall there. We need to start from the ground up and start rebuilding our culture, because American culture is under attack, and we're suffering more than anybody else. Hopefully, one contribution that I've given y'all, one of my main objectives of being on X is to let my people know that as a social scientist, culture can be weaponized, and our whole family structure and life has been hit with attacks that we don't necessarily perceive. For instance, feminism is a weaponized version of culture. You don't need a man. Well, fucking course you do. If it wasn't for a man, you wouldn't be here. That's just one. But anyway, go ahead, average.
Yes, sir. Much appreciated. Last time I'm going to speak in the space, so don't mean to keep coming up, but you guys keep building
You
like you
come up
did
as
last
much
week.
as you want, bro.
No, I appreciate and same to you, man. I always appreciate when you stop by my spaces as well. You know, you got the daytime in the afternoon, and I got the nighttime in the day, in the early morning.
Let's do
but
it.
and we gonna hit them hard, 24 hours a day during certain days. You know what I'm
Yes,
saying?
sir.
But no, I appreciate you, man. And I was joking with Nikki the other day and stuff like that. I was saying that you the work husband. I'm the first work husband, so don't get comfortable.
Yeah, that
you
sounds
know,
about
you
right.
buy him you buy him the nice stuff and all that. I appreciate you and all that, but don't get comfortable for it.
Yeah,
but
that's funny.
no, but no, seriously though, man. No, I love your spaces. I really do, man. The scholarship in your spaces, their lectures, and they really go hard, man. So
I
yeah,
was
man.
bragging on you the other day, man. I'm relatively new to X. I've been on a year now. It doesn't seem that long, but when I first joined, I was on your space. You used to have a picture of a young man on your thing with a Jerry curl, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I bring
yeah.
it back every now and
Man,
again.
I fuck with you in the beginning, man. I like your spaces too, man. Real
Yeah,
talk.
no, you do, man. You did, man, and I know I appreciate that, man. I only have, glowing remark. I love what happens in your space, the way you run your spaces. So absolutely, yeah, man.
Appreciate it.
See, this how it's done, man. See, me and him, we work with the same people and all that. And sometimes my spaces might dive into his, go into mine, but I be trying not to. We try not to step on each other's spaces or whatever. But you know, it's synergy, man. It's all love. So, absolutely. Um, but yeah, man, when you guys were talking earlier, the animal analogy, it really resonates with me, and the reason why is because we have this thing that we do as black people. We're magnanimous, right? That's a word that really is for us and defines us. And we do this thing where we transpose our best intentions on the people, and we be sitting there
It's
somehow
a
dumbfounded.
mistake. Yes, it's a
Huge
mistake.
mistake. Huge mistake. And we sit here dumbfounded like, how could they do that? No, they can't be that. No, it can't be. And that's Pan Africanism. Well, that's a lot of the unfortunate the sellouts who want to be buddy buddy with a smiling face of a white man. It's like just because he's smiling at you don't mean he ain't sharpening his knife. He ain't got a sharp ass knife behind his back. The smiling and waving thing, that shit gets a lot of people. But we always transpose our best imagery. It's like he just showing his teeth, man. He knows how powerful you are up front. He knows in a direct, confrontation, he don't want no smoke. So he gonna try to get you when your back is turned, gonna try to get you when you sleep. But see, when it comes to the nature and animals or whatever, you gotta be self-interested if you plan on surviving. And any leader knows that. Any human being who is common sense knows that about nature. But for some reason, we take nature away from it and we try to be nice to everybody, right? While everybody's eating this shit, right? We starving and we continue to starve, and then we the ones that's sharing our food while we're starving. Not only is there nothing wrong with being self-interested, but is it smart? Is it smart while you have less food than anybody else to feed everybody else who has more food than you? Is that smart? Is it smart to do that when you know your children got to eat?
That's what I
Is
was
that
gonna say,
smart?
bro. That's what I'm gonna say, bro. Is what type of fucking parent are you? Like,
That
what I'm
part.
sick of. What I'm sick of us doing is putting other people before our fucking children. That's insanity.
That part. That part. Somebody, Stephen Hunter Johnson, I think that's his name. On the night that Kamala got washed real bad, got cleaned up real bad, he was in the space crying and stuff and wondering what was going on. And now, he doing the whole, oh, FBA is this bullshit. But he said, fuck them kids. That's what he said about immigrants, the children, illegals, really. Because he was talking about, the woman was like, oh my God, the kids that are coming over the border. And he said, F them kids. Just like that, right? And meant that shit because he had equated the loss at that moment to Latinos. He couldn't understand why Latinos would vote against their own interests of them helping, because he knew that Kamala's administration would have helped the Latino community out immensely and couldn't understand why they didn't vote that way, right? So, I look at that and I'm like, you know that they're going to help the other community out. You know this, and you're worried about your job, really, your job where you know that you're helping other communities out and not us. It ain't just fuck them kids now. It was always fuck Black American kids. It was always on them
Yeah,
for
yeah,
them, and they were okay with it. They were okay with us starving and then trying to shame us, tapping in to that, to us being magnanimous, us always transposing our best intentions onto other people. We've always been that way. Meanwhile, now what we have is this high level, open, anti-black racism by other people of color, quote unquote. And they're using them in order to open up the lanes for open genocide so that when other groups get more of a foothold, all these different tropes that are going unchallenged because they're not being challenged by people of color and they're not being challenged by even black people with on the liberal slash democratic side, right? So you're allowing these people with these huge platforms to say these demonic things, and then rather than challenging them, you're taking what they call black culture, the dredges of black culture, really, which is the bottom 1 to 5% of our community being signal boosted, they actually help it. So you have Meg The Stallion on stage, and Cardi B for some reason gets to represent us, right? Black culture, even though she's not black. We know that she's Caribbean and Latino, but hey, she gets to represent black culture, right? And they get them to represent our community. They signal boost that, and they allow the narrative to be bolstered and emboldened while never challenging it, while also having a political approach where it is about undermining us, not giving us anything. And of course, you can just look at how they talked about us like a dog, talk to us like a dog. They didn't even want our damn vote. It was just I've never seen somebody fund a campaign where shaming was the play, and you talk to the people you needed the most, like you just expected to get something, and then when you didn't get it, you blame them, despite the fact that they still supported you the most. It's the most insane thing. But see, we have to take moments like that and look at that and stop being so nice. And we let somebody slap us, we slap them back real quick and let it go. No, they are your forever enemy. Don't ever let up. Keep slapping them. Keep on punching. Every time they come, walk around you, have your fists ready to knock their ass out because you don't punch somebody and it's over. They hate your soul. They hate your spirit. It ain't over. This ain't over. Like knock it off. And then the brother brought up hygiene. That was pretty funny about India's hygiene, and the sister did too. How she gets sick when she be around him. I'm like, man, same. It's really bad, and to have this whole approach of I'm gonna talk about you, look down on you, I'm better than you, and you don't even have a decent relationship with a bar of soap. Like that's nuts. The arrogance of that to really just have that reputation. You can't even figure out hygiene in your own country. And even when you get here, you bring that same thing here. You just like, fuck it. But I'm supposed to trust that you're disciplined in these areas that we need, and you can't even wash your ass? Nah. You know
mm-mm.
you stink. You know I would be talking to you. We be looking like look, we be like wanting the conversation to end, want to be away from around your ass, as as my grandmama was saying, get away from around me. That's how it be. So
Ha! Get away from around
we
me. I ain't heard
yeah,
that,
get
man.
away from around me. But yeah. So when we have these, these interactions, and we just let it go, and we just let the next moment happen. No, you understand who your enemy is. Understand what they're trying to take from you. Understand that even at a very natural animal level, you have to protect your community with everything, and don't ever be guilty for being self-interested, because this is survival at this point, and people have made you a target. They are using open, it is media, and they are using this to have anti-black propaganda. Right in the midst of World War II in Germany, they did this, against the population they was trying to kill. And they
Yep.
had the media was doing this for like over a decade. They had, I mean, open racism out there making these caricatures. Well, that's happening now. Cardi B is a caricature. Meg The Stallion, Glorilla, even, to a lesser degree, but and obviously, Suki Hana and a Sexy Red. These are caricatures of black womanhood, and it's not being challenged enough by enough of us, because they are taking your image and totally destroying it so that you can be hit, so that your men don't like you. They did it to us first, to black men first. We were drug dealers, pimps, hustlers, and all, just criminals, right? And so we could be challenged. Now it's the black woman's turn. Now it's for us to look at you, and you got all these dating experts or whatever making fun of black women, just totally talking down on as mothers, as wives, and all of that. And the point is to split up our community, to destroy us. And then when everything starts to come to a head and other communities get bolstered, openly attack us and wipe us out. And that's what this whole thing is about. So this is a war that we are in, and stop playing funny, and stop playing in general. And then lastly, to really just land my plane on a high note, um, don't attack other black Americans openly. If you got something personal with your fellow soldier who's in this fight with you, especially if they believe what you believe, don't try to openly down them. That's stupid. You play right into the enemy's hands. You play
Right.
right into their hands. Information and doxing and all of that do not diminish somebody who's an effective tool against our common enemy. Like, don't do. Why would you ever do that? You wouldn't be on a battlefield and shoot the person in the back who's shooting at our enemy. You wouldn't do that. So why are you doing it here? That's stupid. So I land there.
Love it. As always, I appreciate you, Average. Let's see. The Black. And then we're going to go to Savannah.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Man, say, between you and DJ A, man, y'all do have some bomb ass rooms. Like DJ A funny as fuck.
I fuck
Like
with DJ. I fuck with him.
man. But say, to keep it real, like what it is, like we already know the assignment. Like we been doing our thing. That's why it's so disruptive out there. Everybody scrambling around like chickens with their head cut off. You know what I'm saying? As we say in the South, and it's crazy because it's hard to catch a chicken, and
Yep.
and and we done caught a lot of chickens this year. You know what I'm saying? And it's time to have, instead of the fish fry, it's time to have us barbecue. You know what I'm saying? And just sit back, drink us a beer under the shade tree, and call ice. You know what I'm saying? Get you a little check. It's nothing wrong with it. I'm on what Mark Carter on. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't mind being called xenophobic. It's just a name. Sticks and stones may break your bones, but words will never hurt you. And I don't give a damn what they saying. Especially these people on this liberal media. And those are the ones that like been our backstabbing friends for years. You know what I'm saying? Because they was the Progressive Party. You know what I'm saying? And they became the Dixiecrats when they split up, and now we got the liberals, which are just the gay racists. So I mean, they all come from the same factions. It's just been broken down over time, and Mikhail broke down how they became the new versions, the gay incels and the weird incels, and all these crazy white women that's shaving their head bald and trying to get you to not have babies by being abstinent. Well, um, I'm pretty sure don't nobody want to have children with them women anyway. You know what I'm saying? So I don't even know why they be tripping. It's really cause like Judge Joe Brown's always say, these are the rejects in school that was loners and never able to figure it out in the real world when they became grown to be like, you know what I'm saying, the Elon Musk and things, the nerds that end up being successful and can point at you and like, ha ha, like they ain't become them. So yeah, they mad because they dreamed and they part of the American dream didn't work out. Cause if you look at it, it's an American dream for everybody, for whatever type of lane you in, whether, you know what I'm saying, you super educated, you into technology, or you ghetto and you a little hood, and you know what I'm saying, it's a lane for you out here. And I feel like we need to get back to that too. Like Tariq said in a couple of spaces a couple of months ago when Big Meech got out, like we we had the educational people, the religious people, and the gangsters all working together for the betterment of us. That's one reason why we kind of look up to the old gangsters in our culture because they actually did things for the community. They put back these new OGs, whatever they want to call themselves. They don't do that. So that's why a lot of young cats out here unguided. The educational people, they ain't around no more. So your smart people, they don't want to stay in their own neighborhood. So if they do find a way out, they ain't coming back. So we don't have no incentives to bring out our young, smart, and educated people and bring them back to their homes, and you know what I'm saying, so they can contribute and upgrade the community. So I just feel like since this country is a business, and you know what I'm saying, we competing for people, like we have to compete for our youth. You know what I'm saying? Or we gonna lose them to the streets or to these foreigners, and they gonna become coons and tellers, and we got enough of them. We trying to cut that out. So at the end of the day, I hope everybody is blessed. Hope y'all have a wonderful night, and let's continue to grow and build.
Love it. And I appreciate you, brother, as usual. We're gonna go to Savannah.
Yes. Thank you, Professor Nikki Wanted, again for hosting another great space. Um, and everyone in the room for sharing their good spiels. Uh, I wanted to also mention just with that whole PLC thing, they are also gentrifiers, and I always thought that was really funny how they always try to throw that title onto white people because they're the ones who get the jobs to pay for these 2,400 one studio apartment um, in some cities close to 400 $5,000 studio apartments. um, but another thing, just like with the Vivek, I watched a lot of his interviews because I noticed, like with politicians, easily they'll change their message when they go on radio or versus on different podcasts in different podcast ideologies. Like they change their message and it's like they become like chameleons. And I noticed that when he was on the Breakfast Club, the way he talked and the way he came off obviously was very different than when he went on more conservative platforms like, Howard Stern or whatnot. He was very, very nasty, talked very, very disgusting about black Americans, right? He switched the tone very quickly. And I think that's just one of the biggest things is that they play on the fact that a lot of people really want echo chambers. They don't want to hear the other side. And so you will miss the chameleon in them. So yeah, that's all I wanted to say with that. But yeah, thank you for hosting the space. And yeah, thank you.
Again, I appreciate Savannah. Ladies and gentlemen, it looks like it's about that time. I didn't realize it was 1:23 already. Um, time went by so quick. Let's see. Remember, also you can purchase my book by going on our store publications, send $25 and your full address, and I'll FedEx it to you. My book talks about identify the structural foundation of the caste system in America and why foundational Black Americans have been propagandized to be the peasant class, even though we have never been the peasant class. Never. It's just a propaganda. If we keep in mind, I feel like if we learned psychological warfare, if we taught maybe one course every Saturday at maybe church or the library on psychology. I mean, none of that bullshit. I'm talking about some real psychology and applications to our children. The next generation will have it together. Other than that, we're about to close the space and we will see y'all tomorrow. Wani, you had any final words?
Good night.
Nikki, final words? All right. Well, I will see y'all tomorrow and happy holidays.
Good night. Love you guys.
Good
Peace
night.
out.
Good night.
Much love.